Hello everyone, to Simply Learn. My name is Mukesh and I'll be your host for today. People loud and clear, please respond as yes on the chat window. For the confirmation, let me go ahead and pass on the present to Rise to Sachin. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good now.
Oh, better than like, yeah.
Yeah, better than last week. So,
Oh, all right. So
yeah.
what now, Sachin?
Yeah, thank you, Mukesh. Guys, good morning. Sachin Goswami here. Give me a yes in the chat window if you can hear me. Dak, Piyush, Pangna. Hey, guys. Shaheen. Sir, guys, Arvind, the people. So, I have something wrong with Arvind's audio. Then you guys can hear me loud and clear, right? No background noises, nothing. Okay, 8:59, almost a minute to go before we officially start the class, but we'll utilize that 1 minute to review what we did the last week, and we're going to take it forward from there, right? So what I can recall here that started off with the second lesson, right? In fact, a few things which were left in the very first one. So we just like the portfolios, the programs, the differences between those. What is program management? What is portfolio management? Then we talked about four core values, the four pillars of ethics and social responsibilities, right? So that was the chapter. What were the core values, guys? Respect, honesty, and fairness. You remember those? Yeah. We talked about the aspirational standards and the mandatory standards in both of these. So about those factors, then we also talked about how to maintain your individual integrity in the project, how you contribute. Hey, Pradeep, so contribute to the project management knowledge base, and how you can improve the stakeholder interaction in the project, right? So the pointers that we talked about in the second lesson, more of, you know, I'm coming to that. So that was on the third chapter, right? So that was second chapter was more of understanding, a specific chapter. I mean, so a lot of theories involved, but those are the things that you actually need to understand in order to be a better project manager. Plus, there would be a lot of questions. So nowadays, there are a lot of questions coming from that particular chapter. So if you look at the exam from the exam perspective, I mean, so we have had those people who have given the exam on PMBOK 6. Everybody comes back to me and tells me the same thing that PMI is asking a lot of questions from the social responsibilities, right? So they give you a lot of scenarios, right? So somebody told me that there were any six questions from there, right? Then we came back to the third chapter, which talks about the project management framework, right? Uh, he talked about the type of organizations that we have, in which we said, so we have the functional organization, we have the matrix, and the projectized organization, right? In the matrix itself, we have three other. So the weak matrix, we have the balanced matrix, and we have the strong matrix organization. The details of everyone, right? So what is a functional organization? An organization where there is no project manager per se, right? But there would be people from the, and somebody will be appointed as a project coordinator. ILO, not cycle, organization. So the silo organization, right, wherein everyone reports back to the one guy. That's the project manager. manager. Okay. And, then we had the projectized, which is said no home, right? The projectized organization. And now only the project manager, no function manager, everything lies with the project manager. So the project is the strongest of the characters. When it comes to a projectized organization, this is the guy who takes all the decisions, to the project, deploy the resources, that stuff, right? So he has permanent teams there, right? And he works with those teams. And disadvantage is that the moment the project is over, team member has nothing to do because he is coming from a department per se, and we're not coming from a department, so he don't have a place to go back to, right? So as long as he's working on the project, that's okay. Otherwise, he will be going and sitting on the bench. Yes. Uh, so that's the project as organization. Then we have Matrix one. In Matrix, those are distributed between the project manager and the uh, powers is distributed between the functional and the project manager. Right? The functional manager has more powers and project has less powers. We call that a matrix organization. Wherein the powers are balanced between the functional and the project manager. We call it the balance matrix. And then we have an organization wherein project manager has more powers in a matrix organization. Functional manager has less powers. So we call that as the strong matrix organization, right? So we talked about these factors, and then we were about to, what I believe is about to touch upon the project flow, right? So I told you about how a process works. You have inputs, then you have triggers, then you have the outputs, right? And we project flow diagram, I guess, in which we had the project data, information, and the report flow. And that was the last slide wherein I said, okay, so we're going to discuss that next week. And there we left our studies for the. So this is what I can recall. If there is something that we did on that day and I don't remember, please let me know. I believe more or less that was about it, right? So that was the particular slide where we were. So yes, I'm correct here, right? Yeah. So what we know is that I got a question here. There was about tight matrix co-located team. Yeah, matrix is an organizational structure. Then we make war rooms basically. Arun, right? So we have the here. Whereas we make all the people, because see, in a matrix organization, people are coming from various different backgrounds, various different departments, right? So they work in the project, but they again go back and sit in their departments, right? So what a project manager does is that he basically, book a room. It's kind of war room or project room, and makes everybody sit there so that there would be more interaction between the people, right? And that is called a tight matrix organization. Make Yeah, that's the word. That pretty good. So these were the things that we discussed the last week. There is question more of doubts. Can PMO can project? Yes, if the PMO is a directive PMO, then he actually, yeah, decision of whether to continue with this project or to cancel this project. All three types of PMOs, right? Yeah, all the ones. Because those who are running your project and directive PMOs, yes. Then that's to say directive or by default it is. No, but it is not directive PMO. The code would specify a few of those pointers which indicates what kind of PMO that is. code itself, you make those hints and applying it with the kind of definitions that you have for the PMOs, and you see which definition matches here, right? So, so it can be a supportive one, it can be a directive one, it can be a managing one, but the question would actually elaborate. It would give you a few of those hints, which will suggest you that what sort of a PMO they are about. So you need to guess that. So those were topics that we covered the last week. Now with the blow diagram again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to screen with you real quick, and then just let me know when you can see screen, and we'll move forward from there. So I'm sharing my screen with you now. So let me know when you can see that. Uh, share that on 3, 2, 1. Now you see my screen. Hey, Mr. Go, you. Carl. Okay. Remember last time I actually, yeah, good. Okay. You remember I actually zoomed it out for you. I said, okay, I want you to take a snapshot of this. Yeah. Is it now? Okay. Now you want to understand. Yeah. You did that, right? And you have that process printout with you. I told you last week that you need to take a printout of that, and put it in front of you whenever you study, right? That really help you. Yeah, please do that. Yeah. So let's come back to this project flow here. Now I want you to focus in this demo, and at the same time a storyline, right? And you would align that story with process flow here. The process flow that you see on the screen right now, I want to connect with the story that I'm telling you, right? Something like this. Suppose I have a piece and make a house on that. Did we got that project earlier? Just a 100 square yard land, a piece of land, and I'm going to build a house on that, right? Now, for building the house, and I'm not going into technicalities of that, right? So I'm going into technicalities of that. I'm just gonna, speak as a layman because I'm not a civil engineer anyway, right? But first thing that I'm gonna do is when I'm gonna start my house building. So first thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna excavate the area. Correct? The act would start. So I need to dig a excavation there. I need to dig the land and then do the foundation and the backfilling and all that stuff, right? Correct? Doesn't come first. Planning. I'm talking about execution, guys. So with the planning, I'm done with the planning, right? So I have a timeline with me. I have a schedule with me. I have a cost budget with me, and so I have those quality parameters. I have everything with me, right? Talking about the execution. So when I start executing, do I would start with the excavation work. We start with the excavation work, correct? And I'm gonna, call an excavator who would do the excavation. It's an excavation, right? So digging the hole, basically, right? So what are you gonna do? Just saying, for the sake of timelines, my project, excavation work in my project is for say 5 days, and I need to excavate 50 cubic meters. So cubic meters is the area that I need to dig. So that much I have to complete, right? So divide that with the number of days that I have. That happens to be like 10 cubic meters every day. Yeah, target, guys. So I excavate 10 cubic meters every day. So the excavation. So you see the execution process, the first one here, which says execution process. So what is happening here is the excavation is going on day one. Can you connect this bit? Give me a yes. Yeah. So that's day one for you guys. So when you do the excavation for the entire day, by evening, you have the data with you. Data. What is raw data? The raw says we did 8 cubic meters of digging, of excavation today. Because some reasons the machine down or anything happened, we did 8 cubic meters on day one. This is what the raw data that we have. Now the raw data is called work performance data. Guys, I want you to make these notes. So raw data is called the work performance data. I have work performance data. And my work performance data says, guys, it says I did 8 cubic meters today. Yeah, that's what the data says. The raw data is 8 cubic meters. Now, what I do then? I go back to variance analysis. And where do I do the variance analysis? In monitoring and control, correct? Does it against? No, it doesn't. It says against how much? It says that I did 8 cubic meters, okay? Now, when I take that 8 cubic meters and put that into perspective. Now, by perspective, that actually check it against the plan. Where that? In monitoring and control, of course. Correct? So when I go to monitoring and control, you remember the early tea making example, right? The monitoring example. So what doing? The moment we start the execution, we start the monitoring and control, correct? So that we're doing right now. So what we are doing is we are checking the variance against the plan. So when I do the controlling process, which is monitoring and controlling project work, that's the process in the monitoring control integration management. When I go there and try to see that what is the variance, they come up with 2 cubic meters. Now, the 2 cubic meters, the variance in the plan, the actual variance, this is work performance information that you see coming out after the control process. Out after the controlling process. So you have execution going on. Execution says that you did 8 cubic meters, which is your work performance. Yeah, it's the output of the controlling process. Absolutely correct. In fact, you would see that when you go into the processes, you would see that the output is actually work performance information. So after the controlling process, what do you get here? Performance information, which is 2 cubic meters. Now, we have 2 cubic meters. Not exactly work, not exactly the plan versus actual. Plan versus actual is one part of it. The work performance information is any information. No, got it. Hear me out. It any information is a part of it. That's what I'm saying, guys. Hear me out first. Hear me out. Information that you get after putting the work performance data into perspective. That is called work performance information. So that can be plan versus actual. That can be target, meeting target, not meeting target. That can be achieving the objective, not achieving the objective. That can be, achieving a milestone or a milestone. That can be a permission, anything. Yes. This is analyzed data basically. Yep. There you go. That's what it is. Data into perspective is called work performance information. Yeah. Understood that? So what work performance information says right now? Your performance information says that you are behind by 2 cubic meters today. Correct? what you get as work performance information. That happens, guys. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Hold yourself. Right? So once you get that, I'm behind on day one, I'm behind by 2 cubic meters. What happens? I go to the catch-up plan. Correct? I need to see how I'm gonna match it with the future planned project. Correct? So how would I make sure that I complete my action in 5 days? How would I do that? I need to go back and see that is a possibility that I can actually, cover it up tomorrow. So rather than 10 cubic meters, can I do 12 cubic meters tomorrow? Or I do 10.5 tomorrow, then 10.5 day after, then 10.5 on the fourth day, then half on the fifth day. So I add that half cubic meter every single day and make it 10.5 for the each of the 4 days which are remaining. I would still be able to complete 50 cubic meters in 5 days. Correct? Analysis would happen now. That analysis would happen into overall project control. Yeah. And I'll see who's muted here. So I need to set some. So PV Subeng Bedar Subdar. Yeah. PV Bedar. So sorry. Yeah. And vegetable sellers. They sell the vegetables, right? Help them. That's the job. We are doing ours. So now into the overall project. So the project control does what? It takes the information and how we can cover if there were variances, if we were ahead of the time, if we were behind the time, in the schedule or in the cost or whatever, right? So now is that we would go to overall project control. Overall project control is intake change control, the ICC. So there is a process in monitoring control. We'll go there and we'll talk about it when we will be in the integration management. Now, as we go into the overall project control, we decide that what would be the future strategy. We're going to do 12 tomorrow or we will do 10.5 tomorrow. So we take a decision, right? And that decision is written inside a work performance report. So we call the DPR. You heard that word, DPR, daily progress report? About that? Yeah. So on the site must be knowing what DPR is. On the mechanical side, a lot of. So you have now DPR is what? Work performance report. Correct? Because that not only tells you that you did 8 cubic meters, that also tells you that you are short by 2 cubic meters, and it also tells you that tomorrow's target would be 10.5 or 12. Give me what I'm saying here. Yeah. So a small example of excavation, you're able to understand the difference between the work performance data, work performance information, work performance report. Yes? And what do I read this now? It is as work performance. Yeah, that work performance report. Yes. Yeah, Bharat. Yeah. Okay. Just connect it here. Okay. Now, what happens then? You do as a project manager. Kind of WPR. Pinky. DPR. WPR. WP is not only limited to DPR. For the sake of understanding, I'm of the DPR. Yeah. Date. So when you are it, so this is to your upper management every single day, and this is to know what is happening on the site. Yes. Now you not send it right now. So hang on. So you send it right now. You prepared your DPR. Once you have the DPR, what do you do? Now that tells you only, right? The suggestion is that whether I need to do 10.5 tomorrow or I need to do 12 tomorrow. Are we connected here? Are we all same page here? Yeah, so that's suggestion, correct? What do? You report and send it to where? Project control. You see that performance report is going towards the change control. Okay, now you go there and you that okay, so that is what the report says, sir. That we're supposed to do cubic meters. We did 8, the variance of 2, and I suggest that we can do 12 tomorrow. Now there's a requirement that we actually need to change the schedule, right? Does it need to go there? If we yes, if we will simply go to the communication, just hang on with me. I'll come to that. PMO, no. So PMO. So you might be working in a company wherein there is no PMO, correct? So control board. So there has to be a CCB, change control board, right? It takes a decision whether not is it feasible, whether we should go ahead and do that, or we should just stop here and do our work as usual. So these decisions. So there will be a CCB. No, it is most of the times with this clients. No, it's not. It is really when you are working in a consulting assignment at the client side. Yeah. See required. That's okay. You making it especially from your perspective, Bharat. The problem is not limited to that, right? So I need to make it generic so that everybody can connect to it, right? CCB is not the client. Yeah. Can say in the change because you need to communicate that to the customer, right? But it is not. CCB is not exactly the customer, right? CCB is Nazir. Thank you so much for that. Okay. In our case, who should be doing it? Okay. So know your case, Bharat. Tell me, you have your project manager or it is the manager of the customer? What is your role? What kind of projects that you do? PM, give about your projects. I don't think so. What exactly do you do? You are doing it good. What work on? Okay, is it a PMC, a project management consulting company? Okay, construction infrastructure, what? Okay, that's great. Now, so what it is that use your customers' projects from the project management perspective, is it? That's working for the customer. Yeah, Bharat? Oh, I'm saying. So you guys are responsible for managing the entire project in terms of delivering that. Now, absolutely correct. Now, what I wanted to understand is because you are working on client's project, so your is for is responsible and is there to make sure that this project gets delivered on time, not to for the customer. and customer pays your project manager, the customer pays your project team, and that is the reason as to why you need to take the permission from the customer on any change that you do, because this is not you simply over delivery of it. The customer, right? Now he is the person who decides, and that's why CCB there. What the example that I'm quoting here is I was making a house for my kids, right? And but I have a project plan, right? And the process, it is, if you understand the process, so that CCB, if you're working with the customer and your project manager and the project team going there, managing that project for the customer there, right? You have the CCB from the customer, because that project is owned by the customer. That's why, right? In the same case, if you do a product or if you are a product company or a service company who makes those products or services for them, they give those products or services to the customer, helping the customer itself in the process flow of their projects. That's the difference. You understand that? Yeah. Okay, guys, coming back. So now the next step is important. So what is happening is that I only suggested, right, that we can do either 2 cubic meters tomorrow or we can do 10.5 for next 4 days. But there has to be somebody who would approve it, correct? And the reason why you come down here, you see this control. So that performance report goes into the project change control, guys, and the output approved change request. Approved. So if the management says, if the CCB says, if the PMO says, what you want to call it, so it may be a part of the PMO as well. It may be a steering committee. It may be a change control board. It can be as simple as your sponsor or simple as your customer. So who went with request? If he approves it, it becomes approved change request. Now, change request, that means what? That means, yes, I agree that you should do 12 cubic meters tomorrow. We agree on that, and let's do that. Board. Pankaj? Yeah? To all participants. Should carry change control, work performance reports only, or risk? Everything, all the data. Because you see, the first thing that CCB is going to ask you is about the impact analysis, right? So what is the impact analysis of that? What all areas it is impacting? Risk, or is there some quality related issues, or the schedule related issues, or cost related issues? So whatever it is, everything, so prepare all that documentation before you go and face the CCB, right? So once you are at the CCB, present that there. If everything goes fine, the CCB says, okay, go ahead, Sachin. Now, please make sure that you complete 12 cubic meters tomorrow, because otherwise you would be really seriously delaying the project, right? So, okay, so I'm going to make sure that I do 12. So I'm going to start at 7:30 probably tomorrow morning, rather than starting at 9. Start an hour and a half back before the actual project start time. We'll try and cover up that 2 cubic meters. Okay. So that's the plan. So once it gets approved, that becomes approved change request. Now that approved change request, what is happening is various project processes. Now, what do we mean by various project processes? Because the information flow from the approved change request would need to go back, that will go back through the processes, the process that we have. Just like, what are the processes? The documentation, the project management plan, the update project documents, right? So we do those processes, and this going back. Now this is interesting. You see this arrow which comes out of various project processes. This is go here. You see this where it is now? Please do that a bit. Yeah. Now you processes go back where? At we to go back to execution, isn't it? Because when we do 12 cubic meter, where are we going to do that? In the sky. In the performance data will come out based on the work performance information. I'll prepare those reports. I'll take those reports to the project change control if there is a change required. If that gets approved, I'm again going to go into the various project processes. Back, to the again performance data turns into information, goes into reports, come to the project control, gets approved, go back into execution, and that vicious cycle will keep on going as long as the project is running. Guys, see the project sponsor involved here. The sponsor should be made aware of WPR. Yes, why you are going into various project processes, and before that, the CCB. That CC would always have the project sponsor as a part of it. Who is aware? And hang on with me. I'm going a bit further here. Now, what that I'm coming to that. Just hold your questions for the next say 5 minutes. Yes. Now, so one is when the various project processes going back into the execution. Right. The second is that after the project change control, through those various processes, it is also going into project communication. Can you see that? It is also yes. Now, project communication that would be communicated to the project team members and all the stakeholders. When I say the stakeholders, the sponsor, the customer, anybody who is impacted, the end user, you name it. That covers. Yeah. So there was a change. You go to the project change control, go to the various processes, go back to the execution, go back to the communication, commit that. If not, say we're all good. So we marked 10 cubic meter. We actually did 10 cubic meters. There is variance. We are going absolutely fine. Then what happened after work performance reports? I would not go to the project change control. Straight away, you see that here, you see this area here. So the reports go straight away to the project communication, correct? Yes. You guys have a complete picture of how project moves now. Understood that? The same, trust me, same image, that same diagram over and over and over again throughout the life cycle of the project. And you get in the course itself. In those 14 chapters, you're going to see or refer this. If you don't see that, you would probably refer this cubic meters and 10 cubic meters at least 50 times. And that was the reason why I didn't do it last week, because I didn't want to rush onto it to make it works. I took my sweet 30 minutes now, but I'm happy. I took half, but that's that's worth it. Is that scope remains constant? No. Now we don't jump onto scope, man. Please. Who was this? Who was this? Kali Murthy. Huh? Is it? Kalia Murthy. Murthy, go there, buddy. Don't go. No. Don't. Come back to scope, right? Let us not confuse ourselves. You see, ladder we are at, which stair we are at right now? 0. Thing is 7. Not jump it. Right? Answer your question, and trust you me, I do not forget questions. Trust you me on this. Right? I'll can answer that. You see? But no, not now. I don't want to mix the things. Okay? Should you, Murthy? It does not matter. Just to answer it in a single line. Doesn't matter whether you keep it constant or keeps on changing. The problem that will still follow the same, and I connect it back to, hey guys, mic test check 1 2 3. Guys, am I audible? Yeah, myself here. Where is that? Okay, okay. Thank you. I'm talking to myself and nobody can hear me. Yeah. Okay. Good. I don't know. I'm sorry. So when checking whose background is this, I'm silent room. No problem. And yeah, I have somebody downstairs. Yes, I mean, so there is who's shouting. I can also hear now in the background. Yeah. Okay. So I will probably change my room then. Comes guys now here. The project flow key terms, work performance data, the raw observation and measurements identified during the project activities. What is that? But repeat what happens after CCB approving the changes. After the CCB approves the changes, that goes at couple of places. One, it goes back into execution. The second, it goes back into communication. From communication, that gets communicated to all the stakeholders and the team members. And in the execution, that becomes a part of your execution, right? That is what happens once it is through with the CCB. Yes. Oh, work profile, the observation, 8 cubic meters, plain and simple, right? Work information, data collected from waste controlling processes, analyzed into context. You see, analyzed data. 2 cubic meters is my analyzed data. Work performance report, the physical or electronic presentation of work performance information, such status reports, electronic dashboards, and recommendations. So I tell you, the DPR, the daily progress report, has the status report, correct? That's 3% against the 100% of the work for today. And recommendation again. So we can do 12 cubic meters tomorrow. That's the recommendation. You understand that? Yeah, guys. Absolutely matching these definitions as to we did in the last slide. Yes. Remember, that would help you. More processes. Now, okay, now there's a big question here, so I need to read this. Such in the 5 process groups and 10 knowledge areas are there. Word force processes between execution and control. So there is project flow diagram. There is report process between project processes. Yeah, Dinesh, yeah, you got it. You got it. Yes. I said that you keep on hopping between execution, monitoring, control, back to execution, planning, and all of that is happening here. Key accounts and actions plan for the PR as well as W. Absolutely correct. Yes. Yes, sir. Now speaking my tone. That is absolutely. Yeah. And you understood that. Okay. The Project Management Institute provides formalized project management processes, 5 process groups, 10 large areas. Planning is priority. Why? Because that has the maximum number of processes, 24 of them. What? The for every activity, right? It can be executed when developed in advance, right? Planning hours, that process is well out. Planning hours that the project participants know their roles and responsibility. In terms of it allows the confusion, redundancy, and the conflict, right? In greater goods drives the project plan done at the level of details sufficient to determine the strategy, approach, and potential risks. Planning is how quality and success are measured. What done, right? So when are we done? I mean, so when we going to complete this project, right? Plan provide strategies for handling risk when they are realized, right? So PMI is that although I have five process groups, the 10 knowledge areas, but the plan should be my priority, right? As project manager, I need to plan it to perfection, almost near perfection planning, and then the execution. Don't make the project plan in 2 days. Bloody nobody can make a project plan in 2 days. So if you somebody who man in 2 days, you change your strategy because running for 3 years, the execution is going to happen in 3 years. How you can plan a 3 years execution in 2 days? Can you do that? No, no. Because you just need to make a Microsoft project plan, showing it to the customer, taking a sign off. That's all. Afterwards, what happens to the plan? Nothing. No plan. Everybody who's working on the field are working as per on their own, you know, of common sense of responsibility. Right? They're following the project plan. Their assumptions, their own way of working. Right? Know your plan. Why? Because they also know that your plan was not realistic. So if you start following your plan, they'll not be able to complete the project. And that actual project planning comes into the picture. You need to plan to near action. So it should have everything, and it needs to be a plan which should be followed, and not be only a piece of document signed by the customer. You know, there should be something which is followed, right? So that process says. So if you talk about the project processes, again you have process the phases, then you have the phase, then you have the process groups, and then knowledge areas. It is to analyze each 30 IT different services and have risk gap and mitigation. Same thing on can take the plan. It's not about how long, Mr. Goel. You see, it's about how it takes you to put everything into perspective and consider everything in the project. And it might take 10 at times. It might take a couple of months, right? I have seen I'll yeah. If I move the yellow box, I'll not be able to read what you are saying here, Pankaj. Okay. Anyways, it is on the diagram. So your math. I mean, I'll give you an example, guys. Can you stay with me for a minute, please? Because I'm giving you an example. You see, so a lot of those for you heard about a company called Gulf Oil. Gulf, yeah. That's a renowned. You know this, right? Renowned, more petrochemical company, basically, right? That sort of. Take an example of Gulf Oil. So Gulf Oil has put up their refining centers in the Middle East, right? So we are up with them. So whenever they're down happening, people, the planning people who with them in plan managing the entire shutdown. Have the centers in Iraq, Iran, Egypt, Qatar, Bahrain, Tehran, you know, all those areas, right? Uh, then when I work on their project, that's a 1 month project. Maintenance is a 1 month project. It's a 30 days project. Because work production loss is so much that it can actually cover up half of your project cost. That is so huge. So if you keep our plant shut for one more day, that gives a hit of $1 million, right? Because this amount of oil that you in a single day. You agree on that? If I'm so planning to complete that in 30 days, I have to make sure that it happens in 30 days. Correct? Only way I can do that is to go into a backward path and put everything into consideration. Everything at advance. Yes, a 3,000 ton crane, which will put vertical exchanger. So I'm giving you an example. So that crane now in Asia, I'll share a statistics with you. The people who are working on sites, just like mechanical sites or construction sites, have the cranes which lifts the components. And what you have seen so far? The, yeah, JCB is just a brand, right? So it can, be a Sansui one or any crane that you. Right? So boom one, the which has a boom and that picks up the material and put it somewhere, right? You must have seen those cranes, right? Huge cranes, right? Cranes, yeah. Okay. Now, so what you have seen far is like a 100-ton crane, maybe 100-ton crane, 100-ton crane. Now, it's the capacity that how much material it can actually pick, right? Yeah, I have not seen anything beyond 500 tons crane. You had crane, right? Got seen that. Times, yes, in shipping yards is like 2,000 ton, 50 ton, yeah. So that's a big crane. Now, guys, I tell you what. In mega shutdowns, in an oil and gas plant, at times we have this exchanger who is vertical position and 90 meters from the ground. Now, to have a boom of 90 meters, so you need a counterweight of about 2,000 tons, right? So, which is of 3,000 ton capacity. And tell you what, in the Asia, there is one crane like this. To China, 100 tons, right? And that's a huge equipment, huge. So nobody can easily buy that, right? And there is one piece available, and that is then Shenzhen port, right? Need that into my site, right? I actually need to plan like 3 months in advance. 3 months in advance. Right? Then this equipment will take another 3 months to reach to my site, and I did that only for 2 days. Because I need to lift that exchanger, the overhauling, and need to fit that exchanger back. So that's a 2 days work only. So for 2 days, I'm just giving an example. Somebody asked me that how much time you should take for planning, right? Now I plan a 1 month, project, which is a project, but the plan goes for 150 days. 4-5 months, and 5 months at least, we plan everything, we arrange everything, we make sure that this Chinese contractors in our touch, he dispatch the crane, and need to at times make specific routes that crane to reach to the site, because that cannot come through the roads. The huge piece of equipment, that times the road is less wide and the equipment is more wide. So those specific routes through which crane will reach the site. And a heck of a work. Now, so for a project which is of 1 month, what should be the planning time? Like 2-3 days, right? I take 150 days. So what I'm all trying to say here is that it will depend on the project. That what a project that you're doing, that would decide that how much time it would take. You here, guys, with me? Example that I gave you, and this is what we do, right? We 4 months and we execute it for 1 month. Take my IPL. So I did 3 seasons of IPL as a project manager for Kolkata Knight Riders, right? So DL is again only a 1 month project, 1.5 months, 45 days. That is the end of the IPL. We start planning from the month of November. We start of November. The actual event starts on from April. April 10th, right? But planning like 4 months back. We guys are planning about those merchandise and change sponsorships and whatnot. We from that time, right? So it depends upon what is the kind of project, and as per that only you will be able to say that whether it takes 5 days or 50 days. You understand? Make sense? Yeah. Okay. Back to the project processes, guys. So we have the project phases. Now, what do you mean by phases? A set of phases that a project passes through starts to completion. Just like if about an IT project, so you have the feasibility, then you have the blueprint, then you have the final design, then you have the development, then you have the UAT, the SIT, then you have the UAT, have the handing. So these are the project phases. Now, as I said on the very first class, phases are not process groups, right? Phases be the components that your project would go through in its duration, right? So these are areas that your project needs to cover up. Now, for each phase, you can repetition of entire process group from initiation to planning to execution to monitoring control to closing. That entire stuff can repeat for each phase as well. That is what comes to the processes in the closing one process, which says close project or the phase. So either close the project or you close the project phase, right? So that's what means, right? Then you have gates. Phase is basically a review meeting that happens at the end of one phase, just like we do that at the end of the blueprint and before the actual design. So once finish the blueprinting, we go back to the steering committee and we tell them our findings and objects that we have achieved in the blueprint, and we ask for their permission. If they give permission, we next phase, right? So it's called a phase gate. Gates are business approval milestones. That is what it is, Bharat. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Not the milestone. Phase gate is basically a point. We also call it the point. We also call it, of course, the phase gates, or few milestones that you achieved, and then only you said that my phase is over. So that happened, Sarkar. Yeah, pretty much. Then process groups, right? A logical grouping of the project management input tools, techniques, and output process groups. Yeah, group what? Again, planning, execution, monitoring, control, closing. Yes. Then your area, an identified area of the project management defined by its knowledge requirement to in terms of its processes and practices. Something or more test cases passed is a phase gate. No, UAT itself was a phase gate. So finishes, that phase gate finishes. We do plan phase in it. Is it like a sprint? It can be like a sprint. So if you're working on an agile philosophy, if you follow agile philosophy, it can be a phase. Yes. Yeah. So, okay. To cross group interaction. Now that interaction can be understood by every phase will have a project sponsor go to move to the gate approval. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Relationship between the process groups, knowledge, and processes. We did very first day. Kumar, were you in this class? Yeah, I remember when I was doing that example, the morning tea. Yes, I'm repeating that. So that the process group is basically the life cycle, right? So the process is basically, your project in its life will go through these 5 areas. These are process groups. So every project needs to be initiated, needs to be planned, needs to be executed, needs to be monitored, controlled, and needs to be closed, right? So that's the process groups. Now, in the when a project manager is working on the project, areas about which the project manager needs to have the knowledge about. And it is called the knowledge area, right? So that area that you should know as a project manager. So you should know about your scope, you should know your costs, about your quality, about your resources, about your communication plans, about your stakeholder management, risk procurement, right? So these are the areas wherein you need to have the knowledge, Kumar, right? So, and those knowledge as per the process group. So for initiation, you need different type of knowledge. For planning, you need different type of knowledge. For execution, different areas of knowledge there. You need areas of knowledge in the monitoring, control, and so on in the closing, right? So that is. So once you have the product groups and then you have the knowledges, you know, then the process. Process is nothing but a thing project manager needs to do or needs to perform. Just like he is an initiation, he needs to make a project charter, right, to identify the stakeholders. These are a couple of things that he would do as a project manager when he initiates the project. And this is what is, under the process. Make what? Yeah. Talk about the process group interest. The process have overlapping activities that uh, where it is that occurs throughout the project life cycle. The input of one process acts as an input to the other process or deliverable of the process of the project. So now, if you look at the timeline on the x-axis here, in the diagram, so I'll just zoom it out right here. So if you look at this, right, so you see when the initiation start, the moment the initiation start, you also start the monitoring control. You see this red one, this one, right? So that actually starts from the start of the project, right? And the most constant process group. So if you look at this, so that gives you a perfect parabola from the start of the project to the finish of the project, right? So the monitoring control immediately starts the moment you start the project initiation. The moment you initiate the project, you start your monitoring and control activities, and that keeps on going as long as the project is running. So that is one interaction that you have. You have the planning. So just after the initiation, you go into the planning, right? And you keep on planning, although the level of process interaction is more when it comes to the pure planning cycle of it. So see that dark black one, this one. So here, maximum work that it does on the planning phase here. But this planning still goes as long as the project is going on. So if you look very interestingly here, if I just zoom it out, you see the closing process. That dot, you see these small, right? The closing process. Now the closing process actually starting in the middle of the project. So if you look at the timeline here, you see the time. So it is also at the middle. Why do we have closing starting from here? Because it is where you would deliver your first deliverable, not since learned. It is deliverable. The moment the customer says, okay, I accept your one or your first deliverable, that is the closing starts, right? The closing of the project starts. Your planning is still going on, although the level of interaction is pretty less because there are very less things now happening in the planning, right? Okay, step by approach to deliver the product or service. You see that this actually ends. The actually ends with when the closing process starts taking up pace, right? Because now deliveries are happening. That is where you are ending this planning process. Then goes up till the last day, because you have seen that the day on which you are supposed to deliver the product or service, you are still working in the project, correct? People execution. There, just for an example, if I was a contractor who makes buildings, right? Reality, yeah. So when my customer is standing on the door and I'm supposed to give him the keys to his new house, my people are inside fit up those fillers. They are still, hanging those, chandeliers. They are still hanging those fans and lights, switches. So they're working on the last day, right? And my customer is standing on the gate, so I would just go inside and check if everything is done, and then I go out and say, sir, that there you go, that's your new house. Congratulations, and I hand him over the keys. So on the last day also we have execution going on, and this is what is happening here with the blue one here. So you see execution process group goes up till the last. So that this is how these 5 process groups are interacting in the project, and that's understanding. So monitoring and controlling during initiation. Can you please explain to us? Yeah. See, monitoring control is very, very less when you initiate. This control is more when you are planning, and more than that when you are executing. Padmavati. Oh, that's very good name. Very good name. Padmavati. Yeah. So you see the monitoring control, if you see this one, the dark red one here, solid red, right? That's the moment start the initiation and when the planning, because your plan should also be a controlled plan. It be a realistic plan. It should not be very optimistic or very pessimistic. It's a realistic plan. Now for that you again need to monitor it. You need to control it. Correct? So that action for you, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to projects. Now the harms are higher. No, because this is the amount of interaction that they have. If you go back here, you would see that the blacks and the blue, these are basically planning and execution. So most of the work in the project actually happens either in planning or in execution. Correct? And interaction would be, so you see the level of process interaction on the y-axis, they are higher because the planning has pretty much interaction with all the other process groups, and similarly with the execution, because execution is going on, everything is going on there. I mean, so you have the planning going on, you have the initiation going on, you have the closing going on. Everything is going on when you are executing the process, the project. And so is the case with the plan, and that's why their interaction is high. That is what humps are higher here. Yeah. Fantastic. We have the projects. Now, what do you mean by sequential projects? Now, let's take an example. So I said that you might have different phases in the project, and phases are not the process groups, and I keep on saying that because I don't guys should get confused in that, right? So we have the phases. Yeah, it has 24 processes. Okay, so let this picture. So the approach of cleaning up a hazardous waste site, and we did it in 3 phases. The phase is about facility decommissioning. Then you have waste removal and cleanup. Then you have landscaping. Now, all of the 3 phases, you would see the entire project life cycle is getting repeated itself, right? So you have initiation, then you have planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. So you have the decommissioning, that the waste removal, again initiate, again plan it, execute, and monitoring, control, and close. Then go and do the same for the landscaping. So what is happening here is that your project life cycle is repeating twice in a single project. That would not change the unique characteristics of the output I'm telling you. In a project, you might have those process groups repeating so many. You can 3 sub projects, or you can say 3 phases of a project. That is why the closing process, the only process, you have that process map with you, right? Go to and see what it says close the project or the phase, right? No, each of the phase a project if you outsource it to somebody else for sub project of the same project, Sarkar. So if you somebody else, for him it is a project, correct? It's a project. Closing process it's closing the project or the phase, right? And so you have phases, and when you close all three phases, you close the entire project, right? Sequential projects, right? Look at there should be some overlap here as well. Yeah, I'm coming to the overlapping. But no, don't worry. Just help me. You are absolutely correct. So to the overlapping, you see, we have various different types of life cycles, right? Just here, I'll tell you. Just like we either the sequential life cycle or the overlapping phases. So sequential one, just like the one that you had in the last slide, you finish first, then you go and finish the second, then you go and finish the third. Now there can be a bit of overlap. How that can be an overlapping? So when I'm cleaning up the or decommissioning the site from one say one to the other area. So as I decommission it, behind that I have a cleanup process going on, right? Decommission and clean. So as the decommissioning is going ahead, I also started the cleanup process from from behind, right? And as the cleanup is happening, I can also start the landscaping from there. So I can actually have all of three overlapping each other. So before the first one finishes, I can actually start the second one. When the second finishes, I can actually start the third one, right? So I can go in any ways. So I can go sequential, I can go overlapping. I have a lot of questions here. These three are interlinked. Closing depends on yes. Okay, three sub projects. Okay. In phase 2 begins before the closing of phase 1. That's what overlapping means. Yes, absolutely correct. And decommissioning. I move. Yes, that's an overlapping. Absolutely correct. Go ahead. Okay, so in sequential or overlapping phases, in sequential phases, the subsequent phase starts only after the previous phase has been completed. Or an overlapping phase, two or more phases may run in parallel for some time. Now, this is where you have the life cycle wherein you are repeating all 5 process groups multiple times, correct? Now, then another one which is called predictive life cycle or the plan-driven life cycle. Now, that is when you plan of these 3 phases in a single go, right? So 5 process groups are not repeating. The entire project will be initiated only once, will be planned once, will be executed once, will be monitored and controlled once, and will be closed once. The waterfall, yes, that is called predictive life cycle or the variable life cycle. The scope, cost, and time are determined in advance. As early as possible, the project is executed in a series of sequential or overlapping phases, but that would be the part of the same project, right? So it would not be 3 different phases anymore. They are suitable for large projects where most requirements are known at the beginning of the project. Each phase focus on different activities and may require different skills. So just like IT projects, guys, so you say blueprinting, right? Then you say SIT, then you say UAT, then you say handover. All are planned at once, right? Now they can be overlapping to each other, they can be sequential to each other, right? But we are part of predictive life cycle. They're sequential or overlapping phases. They will life cycle. Yeah? Yes. No, yes, I agree with you. Both look similar, but the difference being that when it comes to predictive life cycle, and it in a single stretch, whereas on overlapping phases, you do it over and over again, you put over and over again, and you and monitor and controlling it over and over again. So difference. As you know, when you look at both the projects, they look similar. So that, yes. So let me come to multiple releases. Can repeat in sequential processes. Yes, they can. Back to the multiple release. Somebody asked me, who was that? Kaushik. Okay, so come back to this multiple releases here. See here. Have couple of more type of life cycles, right? So we have iterative or incremental life cycles, and we have adaptive or agile life cycles. So these cycles that we have, right? So iterative or incremental life cycles, what happens is the high level project objectives may be defined upfront, but details are defined in each iteration. Just an example. So I got this customer of mine, which is a mobile, device manufacturing company, and the brand name is Lava. You heard about that? Lava Mobiles. One of my customers, and we work. Nowadays, Lava devices are good. Yeah, only one. Yeah. Now devices are very good. Initially, they didn't have that much of a repo, but nowadays, from the last 3-4 years, the more they entered the smartphone devices, and these are going doing well. MS Dhoni is their promotion this thing, right? It's hard to get the dealership these days. Yeah, if you want a dealership, don't worry. Okay, so that's if I want, I can get their dealership overnight. So don't worry. Slava devices. So there is a device in the market called Z90. You heard about that? So there is called Z90. Fantastic phone. Device was getting manufactured Z90, the name of the model. Okay. When this device was getting manufactured, we actually followed the incremental and iterative project plan because it suits them. So what happens? We just devised out that okay, so the new device which is gonna hit the market would have 5.5-inch HD screen. That should have a touch panel, of course. That should have that of Android. That should have. So the high level requirements were set up at the project, right? The is actually developed through a series of cycles which are called the iteration. Just like the camera modules, the features inside that, or some other, right? So because we were doing that in iteration, so the details were coming out after each iteration. So and we give them an out of the box device at the very first. Mic test 1, 2, 3, guys. Yes, if you can hear me. Yeah. Okay. So 90. So we initially only planned that okay, so this device is gonna be a 5.5-inch HD screen device, and that would have version of Android, and these are the base features. We produce only this bit, one first iteration. Iteration we add a few more features. Then on the third iteration we add few more features, and product is actually developed through a series of these iterations. So we did like 10 different iterations, adding more and more and more features, right? Now, iterative and incremental project life cycle, the product phases intentionally repeat themselves, right? So project phases. So all phases gets repeated. I mean, when I phases, I mean from design to development to testing. Everything is getting repeated multiple times. Can you see the difference between the sequential life cycles and the iterative life cycles? Sequential life cycle, what was happening is that in every phase you repeat the process groups. Here happening is in every phase, in every iteration, you repeat all the phases. Yes, you see that here. Predict planning phase and almost correct. Bharat. Yeah. Difference, guys, here. So previous one, in the sequential or overlapping life cycles, we were repeating the process groups, correct? Here is repeating the entire life cycle of the project from design to development to testing to now that intentionally is getting repeated. That iterative or incremental life cycle is that should now give me please the big word nowadays. You are the adaptive or the agile life cycle. Now, you hear that agile a lot, nowadays, right? That we need to do that, you know. This is what agile means. I'm saying. So go into a agile. Hmm, I've done it. Yeah, you might have. You might have done, projects. The only thing is, not everybody talks about agile, right? And if you go into the agile project management and you ask the project, okay, tell me what exactly is agile. I mean, so this guy is like confused between whether it is an iterative or an agile one. He's confused those, right? So what is an agile life cycle, guys? You repeat all the phases. No, in every iteration you repeat all the phases, right? Yeah. So now, when it comes to agile life cycle, these also incremental and iterative, but the iterations are rapid. So you have the time to market. That's very fast. Market is very fast in here, right? So these are again incremental or iterative. So they can have increment and have iterations, but these are called sprints, right? By iteration, the entire uh, life cycle or all the phases would would run through very rapidly, very swiftly, right? And then let's say 2 to 4 weeks, within a month, you entire stuff repeated. Now they are effort when dealing with a rapidly changing environment. I'll give you another example of that. So the cycle we repeat all processes over and an incremental we repeat the life cycle itself. No, no, no. It comes to sequential life cycle with process groups. Initial execution, monitoring, control, closing, multiple times. That is sequential life cycle, right? When it comes to iterations, iteration would have the entire project, just phases of the project, from development to testing to yeah, predictive life cycle. When and everything up front, a single life cycle, that is waterfall, right? When it comes to agile, you cannot compare a waterfall with a sprint because it is very rapid, very fast, and a waterfall is like a 3 years project, right? So in agile is similar to iterative. Yes, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. So I mean, I'll give you an example. You see, Z69, another product. I'll tell you what. Why do we need to go in agile is because of rapidly changing environments. You see what happens is, what is the biggest competition Java in the market right now? Is non lemon. Is MI. The competition, no Micromax, no Honor, right? MI is actually eat the entire business of Lava. We have the mobile devices in the same price range. So when I say 10,000 Indian rupees, device and Lava has a device, and MI's device is more. So there's more sales numbers, it's in categories. So 14,000 again, MI beats Lava. Under 12,000 category, they beats Lava. So phones. So I give them a very tough time. Right now, so this 69 going with again. So we have the entire plan that what we want in the device, and then we are going into iterations. Then we realize that the environment is changing very rapidly because that was a 5-inch device phone that we were. Z69 is a 5-inch device phone, and we were launching that in the market. And at the same time, MI came up with one of their devices. I will not disclose the device name here because I don't want to do publicity for them, right? So device had a dual camera module with so an extra feature. Now, as a dual camera module, you need agile, need to add that feature into your device, right? So this this actually comes in very handy because you get in very fast pace. Every month you have a new iteration coming up. A new sprint coming up, which tells you, okay, so these are the features that has been added. Just think about it. We started off with a single camera module, and when the device came into the market, it had the double camera module, right? Can be achieved if you go agile. You can do it with a waterfall. You the predictive life cycle. That is where the agile comes in very handy. I don't know. I'm not a Scrum Master. Nazir. Sorry. Feel about agile, but not Scrum. Okay. Who's a Scrum guy here? Can you the difference between the agile and Scrum? Scrum is a framework again. Scrum is not Scrum. Okay. Okay. Hang on here, guys. We are going in a different direction. No worries. Let's run life cycles then. You asked coach to see the responses. Go back and read those responses in the break time, right? Okay, it's agile mindset of ours, right? So what is that agile? Now, see, agile is important, and that's why I read agile. I didn't go into the Scrum though, but I have a bit about agile. Why? Because that helps me in many of my projects. Now, PMP Guide, the 6th edition, also places a much higher emphasis on the agile project management techniques, right? Techniques apply best to the project involving high degree of new design, problem solving, and non before work. Z69 is a perfect example of that. The one that I just quoted in last slide. Right? The project have high degree of uncertainty and requires more collaboration to solve problems and create a solution. Examples of the roles in high uncertainty work includes engineers, designers. So Z16 team is a product designer team. Lawyers, because they need to be very, very agile. So when doctor sees that, if the doctor was working a brain tumor, he was operating a patient for the brain tumor, and of some nerve which get hit, the patient all of a sudden have a stroke. Although the doctor was working on the brain, right, to get rid of that stroke, so he need to be a very agile guy. Just think about him. So he all of a sudden change the entire project plan, change the things, into and say, okay, come on, we need to get rid of the stroke first, and then we'll go and operate the brain again. Right now, this guy needs to be very, very agile, right? That's where these kind of life cycles comes handy. Sprints comes handy because it is happening so fast. For a similar cases with the lawyer. So when the lawyer is prosecuting, or he's in the court of law, right? And he comes up with something which can change, can go against his his client. He immediately changes the entire strategy. Changes on the go. Who has an unmuted mic here? P Subanda, where is this guy? Yeah. The mobile. Yeah. Subida. Okay. The roles involved in the high uncertainty work, including engineers, product designers, doctors, and lawyers. These projects have high rates of change, complex the risk. This makes it difficult to define the bulk of the requirements upfront and control changes through the change control process. So you cannot always go to the change control process, right? AI techniques emphasize exploring feasibility in cycle, often called iterations or sprints, and quick action based on the evaluation of the feedback. This is the agile mindset that you have in project as well, and you would see that in planning. So when you will
planning in the schedule management, you would see agile release plan is one of the tools and techniques that we use. We cannot mute noise from that, right? One difference in agile versus waterfall methodology in the project lifecycle phase. Okay, now, so if you look at a house construction project, I'm doing a very small project here, right? Now, construction project can be a waterfall, right? So you plan the entire scope in advance, and then you can have the planning about, like equipments you need, what all resources you need. You can do that, right? So you go waterfall in that persona. But when it comes to a project like a mobile, device manufacturing, just like Z69 I talked about, you cannot plan that in a go, can you? You cannot, these are the things that I'm going to put in, because things are changing very, very rapidly, as per the market condition, as per MI, it is launching various different devices to, so all this is happening. So you cannot plan it in a single go. And plus, you cannot consider everything as a change request and go to the change control process, because the impact analysis would take time, the variance analysis would take time, the CB itself would take time, and then it would be approved. Then you go back and add it to the project plan. While you are doing that, your project is behind the schedule, for hugely behind the schedule then. Okay, so there are two different projects wherein you have to have two different approaches. You cannot, with the other approach that we talked about, just like, so you can use a waterfall in a mobile manufacturing. You cannot use an agile when it comes to a house development, because then it is a standard. A car manufacturing may go agile, but generally it goes iterative rather than going agile. It goes iterative, because even the competition is there, still you have a lot of time in your hand to actually go to multiple iteration and see what features can be added. So iterative, when it comes to car manufacturing. But I would definitely go agile when it comes to devices or some software or something else, something similar to that. So in that I would go agile. Don't do manufacturing in agile. What is that? What is followed? I mean, so iterations are again agile, kind of agile, but it is not that rapid. So in manufacturing, the design, or when it comes to add new features to the product, to the car, these are iteratives rather than agile. So that's very fast. There is no quality. I mean, so it goes for a toss. Iterate means, yes, all the phases pinky. Development thing gets repeated. Once seconds. Oh my god. Okay. The rapid changes basically, yes. And you don't follow the change control procedure there. Okay. Then framework exam tip, guys. The project is not just on the framework, but it is on the application of the knowledge, right? So contained in the framework. Scenario-based questions describe a situation that is can be knowing the next process step. Framework questions are based on the current and the next step, and inputs and output questions ask for the details around the process. Detailed coverage of each individual process will follow in this course segment by the 10 knowledge areas. Hey guys, this is our second week, is it? That's right. Okay. Yeah, got on the fourth. Okay, okay. Okay, take a snapshot, please. So I'll just like this. Yeah, like this. And is that you guys can take a snapshot. Take it. Done. See the same map that I made on the very first day. You remember? Okay. And all those 5 process groups, 10 areas, 49 processes. We have all of them here. You see, integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality. This is communication, risk, stakeholders, and then you have initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. You have 49 of those. So what added here are actually 3 processes. One in the execution in the integration management, 4.4 managed knowledge. Then have one which add in controlling the risk, implementing the risk response, 11.6. So that is the second one which got added here, and 9.6 got it here, which talks about controlling the resources. So these are the 3 which got added and got removed, which was in the closing. We do not have the closing of procurement here, which we in 12.4, but we don't have 12.4 now, and 4.7, which is close the project or the phase. Now that specifically says close project or the phase, right? So process groups, 10 knowledge areas, 49 processes. The number is given here, right? 549. We call it 5, 10, 49, right? So you should remember that. The process groups, 10 are the knowledge areas, 49 are the processes, right? So we already, because we've been talking about that for so long since day one, so I believe it is very comfortable. You guys are comfortable here, right? So now you understand, structure of it. The idea would be to go into the details of this. So what we actually, the details of each of the processes. We're going to start with the integration management, but not for now. So to cover up one more chapter in between, which would talk about the project management processes, and then we start off with the integration management. So idea is that this week, that means and tomorrow, we complete integration and scope. So if we are able to do those, we would be in a very good position for the third week. So we can start the schedule on the third week. Then we can probably do the cost and the quality, and rest the next week. So, and as I said, we again have one extra class now with us. The class that we have, the extra class, right? Box 6 is, the course is huge in PMBOK. So at times we need a couple of hours from that. We can make use of that as well. So I'm just gonna move on. The integration management. Now the good thing about the integration management is this is the only process group which is the only knowledge area which go all 5 process groups. You see, integration management has processes in all 5 process groups, right? So it has one process in initiation, it has one in plan, has couple of them in execution, couple of them in monitoring control, and single one in the closing. So the only knowledge area which goes through 5 process groups, and you know why? Very simple here. The name of this process group is integration of this knowledge area is integration management. Now, what do you mean by integration? Objective. Okay. To me, understand integration is to unify, is to combine. Correct? Yeah. So, or combining with different things and a single unit is called integration management. That is what exactly what integration management does in this framework. It is the layer where the project manager manages the project. It is there where the project manager works. So the manager would always work on the integration level. He would integrate the rest of the knowledge areas. So it is like 9 knowledge areas into one. It has rest of the 9 knowledge areas combined together, making a single unit. So when it develops the project charter, it is representing the entire project. The integration management, it is representing the entire project. When the project management plan, so that plan for the entire project, you see, it would have the scope, it would have the schedule, it would have the cost, it would have quality, it would have the resources, it would have communication plans, it would have risk management, it would have procurement, it would have holders. It have everything as a single unit. So the project plan that you make, or the Primavera plan that you make, or any other tool that you are using, so what in that particular plan? Don't courses in that. Don't you schedule in that. Don't you have the activities in that. Don't you have the WBS in that. You are correct. Yes. You have all right. That is why it is called a project management plan. It's integrated plan, guys. Now that's simple for you to understand, isn't it? Microsoft project plan that you have of your project is nothing but the project management plan. The area, it has the schedule, it has the cost, quality, everything in that plan, right? Management is the only knowledge area which goes through all 5 process groups. So if you talk about initiation, it is upon 2 different knowledge areas. So it touches upon integration management and the stakeholder management. Planning is the knowledge area which touches upon all. Planning is the process group which touches upon all 10 knowledge areas. You see, plan. If you look at this planning section here, I'll just zoom it out. So process here, it has a process in integration. It has 4 processes in the scope. It has 5 processes in the SCAD. It has 3 processes in the cost. Is 1 in quality, 1 in resources, a couple of them in resources, 1 in communication, 5 risk. Then it has 1 in the procurement and 1 in the stakeholder. So see those 24 processes that the planning has, through all 10 knowledge areas. Correct? Similar monitoring and control as well. Monitoring and control again goes through all 10 knowledge areas. So if you look at this, monitoring control have couple of processes in the integration, then it has couple of them in the scope, then it has 1 in the schedule, 1 in the cost, 1 in the quality, 1 in the resource, 1 in communication, 1 risk, 1 in procurement, and 1 in stakeholders. You see that? Guide the map. So the plan going through all 10 knowledge areas, and monitoring control again going through all 10 knowledge areas. You see? And management knowledge area goes through all 5 process groups. So this is how they are joining with each other. This is how they are integrated with each other. First, give me a shadow window, please. Yeah. Pretty good. Okay. The by process framework, input, outputs, and tools. All project management work can be described by one of the 49 processes. A process defined input, tools, and techniques, and output. Every exam question will tie back to a process area or process group or to professional and social responsibility. Process is characterized by 3 elements: inputs, the tools and techniques, and the outputs. This is ITTO. To structure ITTO, the PMBOK guide structure them into groupings such as data gathering, personal and team skills, data and so on. So these are a lot of those terms that you would see repeatedly in definitions of the processes. So you would have gathering techniques, you have data analysis techniques, you have team skills. So these So these are basically the groups for a better, right? So group them now. To PMBOK 5, you have to remember, just like for example, if I say identify the risk, that's a process. Now there's like 14 inputs to that. So, casual management plan to cost management plan to quality management plan, all of that. So we had 14. We will of the grouping. Yes, absolutely. Yes, we would. And I'll keep on telling you what do we mean by data gathering here. Even techniques and output. Panel. Also keep on telling you what data analysis means in that particular process, because that's a very tricky word. Data is, guys, a very, very tricky word. Why? Because analysis means different things when it comes to different processes. And it's process, but it means different things, right? That what the data analysis means for that particular process. And you it down, you need to make a note, because that would come in the examination. Trust me. That's okay. You remember 49 processes. That's why it makes PE the easiest thing in the world to pass. You have to, when you were in your 7th standard, Pinky, isn't it? 49 things. No. Better, Gaurav. Now you have more understanding about the project than what you had when you were in 7th standard. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Made it very easy if you have ever done projects in your life. So projects in your life have a simple connection with the projects, with the processes that you do in your project, and you'll remember that. I guess I explained this. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, because similar topic, for that as well. Okay. Moving common inputs, guys. The most common input. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, trick, Shiva. Common inputs that you're gonna have. You see, every process would have inputs, tools, and techniques and output. Correct? Now, most inputs that you're gonna see are enterprise environmental factor. Now, this is an input that you can have in 27 different processes. So out of 9 processes, this is an input to 27 processes. What enterprise environmental factors, guys, please focus here on the screen. Anything that affects your project, for example, includes the culture of the organization, the PM's powers, the response of your organization, and the marketplace, right? Usually in initiation, in planning and monitoring and controlling processes. So 87 places you use, you use that. Then you have additional process assets, right? And it helps project and planning, for an example, including the previous plans, documents, analytical data, policies, and systems. Used heavily in 37 out of 49 occurrences, right? So, what enterprise environmental factors? In a nutshell, you just need to understand that anything and everything which is outside the body of your project, but can still impact your project, called environmental. Just like an example, I'll give you a very small example. If given a chance, would you to go and work on a project as a project manager, and the project is happening in Syria? To work in as a project manager? Yeah. No. Now did you all say no? Gaurav said yes. Yeah, that's okay. She concerns. Yeah. And it's a love life. Okay. Now, what is this? Enterprise environmental factor. That's based political climate, right? I have my chaps. They were in Jordan. They were working on a project in Jordan, and Jordan was a fantastic place to work, right? My own company, so I sent a couple of my chaps, you know. So and affect the project, and not in our control is which is outside the body of the project. That is called. Okay. So my chaps working in Jordan. I'll not lose the name of the project and the location of the project. But what happened is that it was like 1 o'clock at night, and my chap gave me a call and said, so all of a sudden this stuff has spread here, and they are really bombarding. You need to get out of here. To me, I had to call these two chaps out very first flight the next day, and they were working there from last 8 months, very happy. We have money from the customer, all those facilities. Right? I had to call them back, and we start this project again for 1.5 years. We restarted that project. Right? That project was stopped because he got involved with ISIS on a fight over one of their pilots. You remember that case? Which is the chat box where I can see your messages. Pilot, and the ISIS bloody burned the pilot, right? So that thing that did. And then Jordan, was in a and they bombarded their areas, and the entire war broke out. So this is nothing but the enterprise environmental factor. This back Padmavati. Pilots alive in a cage distributed that video on the internet, and yeah, they were bad, very bad. All the enterprise environmental factor 20 out of 9. And certainly we have the OPA, organizational process assets. In other words, you can remember that by gold mine. Yes, Gaurav. Yeah, don't go there. The organizational process assets, guys. This is gold mine of the organization. This is what these are the previous projects, the past historical records that actually help you in this particular project, right? Necessary. It ends majorly the planning activities of your project, the initiating activities of your project, majorly. Your practices learned. That is called the OPA, guys. Now OPA can be used almost everywhere, right? And that is the reason as to why these are 37 out of 49. So 49 process 57 has OPA input. Very so, right? Then you have management plan. Now, what is the project management plan? Your Microsoft project plan, as I said, the project plan, which has everything, which has your risk, which has your communication, stakeholder strategy, everything, right? So, primary project document that directs execution, control, and closure. Discuss is the next segment. So, we're going to talk about it in the next segment. Use all execution, monitoring, control, and closing processes, 19 occurrences. Then you have the work performance. Now, work performance data, work performance information, work performance report, everything put together. The rotations and measurements identified during is performed to carry out the project work used in monitoring and control process. So use work performance data so many times, work performance information so many times. No. Process input, output, tools, techniques, knowledge area, export judgment, change request, organizational process assets, work performance information, enterprise environmental factors, project management plan, process initiation, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. So these are the project terms that you need to remember. And I'm pretty sure that you know about these already because we talked about each one of them in our chapters, right? So we know about these, right? That is where you end this chapter, guys. So quiz time now. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. I'll give you 4 options. Alpha, Charlie, and delta, you need to select one out of the four, right? So we our very first question. A project manager is working on a project to construct a bridge. The resources reports to the functional manager are mainly occupied in the operational work. The project manager has no authority to assign the resources. What organizational structure is the project manager in? Okay. Yep. So this is a functional organization that we have, right? Every is reporting back to the functional manager, and project manager has almost zero, almost zero authorities, right? So the answer, that's a pretty straightforward one, easy picking for you guys. Who the team reports in a projectized organization? A lot of those. Yeah, permanent project manager is not there in an organization, but a temporary one, a person who multi hats can be. Yeah, is Bravo the project manager, because in the projectized organization, project manager has the highest level of authority in the project, correct? D, not an answer. Which one? Let me go back. Okay. So I'm saying in a weak matrix you have a project manager with less powers, whereas in a functional organization everybody is reporting back to the functional manager, and this project manager is no authority to assign the resources. That is what suggests that it is not the weak matrix. Yes, all of them report back to the functional manager. You see, if there had been a matrix organization, there would have been an actual project manager working in the project with less powers, but he would still have the powers. Here, he has no authority, no power at all, because he is like a project coordinator. So that's all. Yeah. Okay. So yep. How project life cycle different from product life cycle? You remember life cycle and the product life cycle? Okay. A few goes with. So product can contain many product life cycle. Oh my goodness. Is it? Huh. Okay. That's the other way. So the answer is Bravo. The project cycle depends upon the control needs of the performing organization. Remember that the iPhone, iPod example that took about that, right? So the answer is, to me, yes. Project cycle. Project life cycle starts from the initiation of the project, goes up till the closing of the project, whereas product life cycle starts with the conception of the product to designing to development to the market, sales and marketing projects, to the upgrades that you do into that product, and finally when you take out that product from the market when it is obsolete. That okay. So life cycle, the cycle starts of the project and goes up till the closing of the project, right? Move the window. Okay, there you go. Okay, project life cycle is that initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. Whereas the product life cycle is, it is the inception to design, to development, to send this product to the market, then upgrading that product, and then taking it out. Okay, it's clear. Now, so if the answer is clear, then it cannot be alpha, right? The project lifecycle has no methodology goes out. The can contain many product lifecycle goes out. The project lifecycle only includes specific project management activity goes out, because that is not true. Can be delta, because the project lifecycle only includes specific project management activities. They include only the specific project management activities. That also includes, and that actually does, yes, so that includes only the specific and that includes the rest of the activities as well. So in definition of product lifecycle in the project lifecycle, you can simply come up and say that alpha, Charlie, and delta are not true as per the definition itself. So if I'm going fast, so you tell me this specific code. I'll give it more time. No problem. I'm so sorry if I was fast here. On need be modified with respect to the demand. Okay. No. You see, let's name example. Let's read the iPod example, right? So that, and I'll be going a bit slow so that people should be able to catch up with me here. So if you say iPhone, taking the market, that it was a separate project, correct? So sales project and a marketing project, and we do that in order to send that product to the market, right? The product in the market, then what happens? So if we talked about the Walkman, we talked CD mans, we talked about the right. So whichever product it is, right? When product is in the market, the upgrades, correct? The upgrade is done based on the need of the organization, need of the performing organization. Based on that, the upgrade is done. Just like an example, I can clearly remember that when we were talking about the iPod, Apple's, so that depends upon Apple's, which is a performing organization, the control needs of Apple, which quality and speed to market. You remember those two things? So those, quality and speed to market. These parameters wherein Apple focuses. Now, those two factors, they do the upgrades. Every upgrade is a project itself. Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Correct. That we do is a project in itself. So that is says that the life cycle of the project depends on the control needs of the performing organization. Because performing organization, Apple had a control need, that was quality and speed to market, and focusing on those two parameters, they upgrade projects. So the life cycle of a project has direct relationship with the control needs of the performing organization. Does that make to us? Now give me a yes in chat window, please. And who at Cyril? Okay. Most welcome, buddy. Come on, guys. So, quiz. Which of the following is not included in the definition of a process? Which are included in the definition of of a process. That's it, right? So think of it. So the correct answer is data, because it has a trigger, it has an input, it has an output value. All three are correct, but timing is not given in the definition of the process. That's very, very easy, I guess. Okay. What does it stand for? So this question, right? Say, what does ITTO stands for? Input, tools, techniques, and output. So that's Charlie. Charlie answer here. Let's see. Charlie, ITTO for input, tools, techniques, and output. That is chapter, ladies and gentlemen. Let me key ways. The PMO provides the policies, the methodologies, the tools, and templates for managing projects within the organization. Identifying internal and external stakeholders, determining their requirements, and communicating with them regularly is an important role of the project manager. Projectized and matrix are the three types of organizational structures based on level of authority given to the project manager. Cycle begins at the initiation of the project and lasts at the closure, while the product life cycle encompasses the operational and maintenance phases as well. Life cycle follows 5 process groups: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. The product life cycle can be iterative in nature and may go through the 5 process groups multiple times. P provides 10 knowledge areas, 5 process groups, and 49 processes. That you conclude the project management framework. The next level about the project management processes. Right, so we do the project management processes in just a bit, but I believe it is like in 4. Do you want to take a break now and maybe come back after the break and do the discussion? Yeah. Okay, let's take a break. It is 11:04 now, so I'll see you at 11:20. Would that be yes? So I'll see you at 11:20. I'm gonna stop the sharing now. Put myself mute simply, and I'll be here with you. Thank you again.
మామూలు పంపిస్తున్నారు ఏమైనా ఇవన్నీ నెంబర్ ఇన్ ప్రోగ్రెస్ టు డూ
ఈరోజా
మామూలుగా పంపించేవాళ్ళు కదా ఇట్లా ఫీల్డ్ ఎన్ని ఫోటో మీరు ఏమైనా డంప్ తీసారా ఇవన్నీ మాన్యువల్లీ చేసేవాళ్ళు
డంపే
అంటే ఎలా తీసే వచ్చి కూడా వస్తాయి కదా
అంటే
మాన్యువల్
కూడా వేరే ఫార్మాట్ పంపిస్తాను
డైలీ
టెస్ట్ క్విక్ లిస్ట్ టీమ్ వచ్చేసి 26 నా టీమ్ లిస్ట్ ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ ఏం లేదు ఇవ్వతాను ఓకే కౌంట్ పాజిటివ్ ఇది బ్లాంక్ అంటే నాట్ ఎగ్జిక్యూటెడ్ వన్ థింగ్ రివైజ్ వచ్చేసాను ఎన్ని మాస్ అయింది ఎన్ని ఫెయిల్ అయింది బేసిక్గా ఇవే మూడు ఇంపార్టెంట్ కౌంట్ మనకి ఎంత అయింది అని అంతే ఫిల్టర్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు
పేరు పెట్టి
ఇప్పుడు చూడండి చేంజ్ డేట్ పెడదాం ఫిల్టర్ పెడదాం
అలా చదువుకొని నా పేరు మీద వస్తుంది యాక్చువల్ నేను చేయలేదు
వస్తున్నాయి అంటే మీరు ఓన్లీ అప్లోడ్ చేసినవి వస్తాయి అంతే
ఓకే
మీరు నాట్ ఎగ్జిక్యూటెడ్
నేను
మీరు అప్లోడ్ చేశారు కాబట్టి మీ అందుకు మీ పేరు వచ్చింది యూ డోంట్ చెక్ దట్ ఓన్లీ చెక్ దిస్ నేను ఆల్రెడీ పంపించాను కదా సో దిస్ ఇస్ దిస్ డేట్ నిన్నది ఇంకా ఈరోజు ఏం లేదు ఇప్పుడే కదా ఇప్పుడే డౌన్లోడ్ చేసాము కదా ఇప్పుడు ఇట్స్ ఫ్రైడే 11-13 డౌన్లోడ్ చేసాం చేయండి క్వశ్చన్స్ ఉంటే చెప్పండి ఎక్సెల్ ఫార్మాట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు వేరే ఫార్మాట్ అవుతుంది మరి 2000 ఫార్మాట్ ఉంటుంది కదా వాడు అది తీసుకోవచ్చు టెస్ట్లోనే ఉంది ఇన్సర్ట్ ఓకే స్టేటస్ కాలం ఐడి అనుకుంటాను బ్యాక్లాగ్ ఐడికి అర్థం అవ్వదు యాక్చువల్గా ఐడి అంటే జస్ట్ ఒక నెంబర్ వస్తుంది విత్ దట్ నెంబర్ ఇంట్లో వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్ లాడా క్యాడా ఏంటి చూసుకోవడం ఇంకా ఐడీస్ ఉన్నాయి కదా కౌంట్ మీద ఇంకా మీద
That would be happy. మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి
కమ్యూనికేషన్ కోసం
అంటే 2 సార్లు అలవాటు అయిపోతుంది.
మీరు ఏంటంటే
One, two, three. Guys, I guess the break is over now. We're going to proceed with the studies now. Hello?
Yeah. I hear me loud and clear, right? I'm going to open the next chapter, lesson number 4, which would talk about the management processes, I guess. Yeah, so that would be project management processes. So I'll just open that. And then I'll screen with you real quick and let me know when you can see my screen. So I'm sharing that on 2, 1 now. Can you see that? Okay. So now, which would be about project management processes. So PMP certification training, lesson number 4. Processes, ladies and gentlemen, the objectives. We describe the project group interaction, that how they interact with each other. I already know about it because we saw those sequential life cycle and the overlapping life cycle in the last chapter. So the same thing, I mean, so input, then you have monitoring, control, then planning, then execution, back to planning, back to execution, and finally closing. The process group interaction that we're going to talk about. The process is aligned with different process groups and areas. We already know about it. The inputs and the actions, the project management process groups. Now, this is important. Point number 3, that tells you that what exactly you do when you initiating. What are the inputs that you would need, and what are the things that you would do as a project manager? So when you go into the planning, what inputs that you need for that? So you may be needing a project management plan. You may be needing a stakeholder register. You may be needing a project charter. You may be needing OPA and the EAS. And then the things that you would do as a project manager. So you will maintain a team in the planning. You would identify the procurement requirements. You would identify what all things should be in the scope. You would finalize those baselines about the schedule, about the cost, right? Similarly, go into the execution. Again, what are the inputs required? What you would onboard the team. You would your team, and you manage your team. And when you go into the monitoring control, you will do the variance analysis, your plan versus actual, you catch up plans. So these you would do when you monitoring control, and finally when you close it, so you'll negotiate with the vendors, closing the procurement, closing the projects, delivering those, deliver to the customer, handing over, change management. So these are things basically that you do in the closing. So these would be the things which are important to understand in this chapter. Before as we start about the process interaction, you would see the screen which describes, which is given here. So you have seen it so many times now. Input, control, planning to execution, back to planning, back to execution, go closing process, right? So the processes are divided into 5 process groups. We already know about these from the day 1. We're talking about those. We use our Excel, them there, right? So initial planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. The action of the processes within the phases is dependent on the complexity of the project and project. So simple may have only one iteration, while complex projects need multiple iterations before they enter a new phase. So as we're talking about it, so you have multiple of those iterations, you have single iteration, but nevertheless, whichever that you have the single one or the multiple ones, right? You will you see that they does not impact the outcome of the product, right? So if the product that you want to receive, you want to achieve, or the services that you to achieve will not change. The uniqueness will not change. Although you might be using the iterations many times. I just PV Subida, so I don't know how he goes into unmute himself. So Subhar, I would request you to keep yourself on mute, please, right? Because I need to do that over again. So I in fact that how it is happening. But yeah, it's fine now, guys. Yeah. Project management process groups, guys. the in between them. Then process map, we already have those snapshots with us, right? Now here you would see that there are three things which are given in highlighted, bold, and the italics, right? So our four number the execution process, number 4 project knowledge, 8.6 implementing the risk response, and 9.6 the resources. Now the right hand side in the bottom it says the same thing that I discussed earlier with you. The items in bold are new to the PMBOK guide 6th edition. So you need to remember those. That were new things here, right? It would help you in understanding the entire framework in a better way. That why these things have been added. Why did we add the project knowledge into it? Why we added the implementing the risk response? We add the controlling the resources, right? So we can talk about those whys a bit later when we'll go into the details of these areas, right? So you see the core structure would be as per knowledge area, not as per the groups, PMBOK, right? As you actually work on a project as a project manager, your knowledge area or process group. Yes. So in actual project, you don't knowledge area wise, do you? You go group wise. So you initiate the project, then you plan for project, you execute it, you monitor it, you control it, and you close it, right? Right? Wherever the project management, and you talk about any of the books, right? You talk about Rita Mulke, you talk about Andy Crow, you talk about whichever book that you are following. In fact, including the PMBOK, right? All those goes the area wise. Now, the reason behind that is that actually initiation to closing many a times, at 10 times when discussing those 10 knowledge areas, right? And they try to connect back and say that, okay, so when you are in schedules, this is what you do when you are in planning. This is what when you are in monitoring and control, right? To give you that perspective, they go area wise, right? So our study will always go knowledge area, but a project manager, you need to focus wherein they connect back when managing a project in process groups. You know what I'm saying here? You would study them in knowledge area, but use them as the process groups. Yes? So please you do that, and you have that clear alignment, a connection. The most important slide of this presentation, of this particular chapter, slide which tells you how do we read a process diagram. Got 9 of these diagrams in the course, right? And that is the first one as a sample, which tells you need to read them, right? So you need to focus here for the next 5 minutes to learn how it is divided into or it is derived, right? Now 3 different things here. Now the first thing is, okay, so forget about 3 different things. First, let's talk about the legends here. So right hand side section in which you have those color codes, right? So you this is like, to me it seems like a dark yellow color, right? Then you have the blue one, then the red, then you green, then you have the gray, dark gray, right? Now these represents various different process groups. So if you see a process given in this color, that would be an initiation process. And blue is a planning process. Any process in red is an execution process. And in green is a monitoring control process. And this is given in dark gray is a closing process. So this is the first thing that you remember, right? Just see my mouse moving on the screen, right? So when it is, yeah, that's not the PMI standard. The way we have derived this process diagram, right? Yeah. Just when you develop the project management plan, just looking at the background color, I can identify that's a planning process. Correct? All that anyways, because I know the project management plan is in planning in management. But anyways, who doesn't know this can identify it by looking at the color here. Then one thing that we are very sure about, that what all are the things which are outside the rectangle or the square. So I don't know whether it is square. It still seems like a rectangle to me. So anything outside that, what meaning of the things which are outside? That is the meaning of the things which are inside the rectangle. So I'll call it rectangle. So you might call it a square. It's rectangle to me. Okay. Now, the things which are given outside the rectangle are the things which from the other knowledge areas are given outside the rectangle and pointing towards the process, just like output from other processes, enterprise environmental factors, and organizational process assets. These things, because these are given outside the rectangle, that means what? That suggests that these things are coming from other knowledge areas. What is areas? Dev project management plan is a process in which knowledge area? Can you tell me this? Anyone? Integrament, not the scope. That's a point. You have that view. Look at the first one is project charter. The second one is of the stakeholders. The third one is the project management plan, right? So it is of the management. Now, as we said initially in the chapter, that what by integration to combine the rest of the things, correct? You remember that part? Combining the rest of the things? Yeah. If I need to prepare a project management plan by combining the rest of the knowledge areas, I need the inputs from all of those knowledge areas. Yes. Yeah. As to why I output from the other processes coming in as an input here. Make sense? The other thing which is coming is enterprise environmental factor. So is it coming from the same knowledge area or from the other knowledge area? Yes. Operational process asset. Is it coming from the integration management itself or somewhere outside? Yeah. The reason as to why these are given outside the rectangle makes sense to us. Yes. Yes. Okay. The other factor, project charter. Charter which is written inside the rectangle is from the of the sales area. Project output of develop the project charter process, which is first process of the project management framework. Yes. So the output of that very first process goes in as an input to this process, which is about developing the project management plan. And why it is given inside the rectangle? Because project charter is a part of integration management, correct? Now you are given inside the rectangle, same knowledge area. Is that clear? Okay, pretty. So the light blue, so light blue represents the greens, light blue. With management plan. Now the first part is that the project management plan is written inside the rectangle and also outside the rectangle. It is written twice. Can you see? Plan is written twice here. Why? Because that indicates that management plan will be used in the same knowledge area again. The out of the project chart, project management plan, which project management plan itself is in the same knowledge area again, and also be used by other knowledge areas. Like developing my schedule, I need project management plan as an input. Don't Yes, correct. The cost baseline. Do I need a project management plan going in there as an input? Yes or no? When responses, do management plan going in there? Yes or no? Now, so that means what? That I need my project management plan outside, because not the same knowledge area. That is the reason as to why I have written it outside the rectangle as well. And this I'm explaining here, right? Explaining. So your project management plan going outside the rectangle, it will be used by the other knowledge areas. And what given inside the rectangle here will be used by integration management as well. Because go to execute, direct and manage project work. Can you see that process in your process map? Where it is? Where it is? That is in execution. Is it? Yeah. And then you have the project knowledge. That is the second process in the execution. And both, which knowledge? Correct? Yep. Management plan will be used there as an input. Similarly, when you do the next which is about monitoring control. How many processes do we have in integration and monitoring control? Two processes. Audible? Or you get off typing? Yeah. About me, I speak for 4 hours. So why I put in so much of effort initially is to make sure that we all understand the crux of it. So it would be better for us. Okay. So what was how many processes do we have in integration? 2. 7 in monitoring control 2, right? So what was so you need monitoring control project work and integrated change control, correct? Yes. Now this project management plan which is given here, input for both of those. It would be an close. Let's come back. Then let's back to the closing. How many processes do we have in integration and closing? Only one. Project or the phase. Now tell me, do I need my project management plan in order to close the project? Now all those processes, from direct and manage project work to manage the project knowledge, to controlling the project work, to integrated change control, to closing the project. For all those 5 processes, do I need the project management plan? These are parts of the same knowledge area. Yeah. Understand why this project management plan is given inside the rectangle? And that Shai. That's my favorite Bible. 7:1. Right? Understand. So given inside the rectangle, and why it is given outside the rectangle? Yes, knowledge area. Yes. Okay, so I'll down the chat window to read what you just said. We will keep on circulating inside a knowledge area. What is keep on circulating? I guess my English is too bad to understand this. What's inside? So we use in same knowledge area, and whatever is outside the rectangle will be used by the other knowledge areas. Simple as that. Yeah. Then finally you have those light pink, somebody get orange. So so we got kind of color blindness. So to me, this is still pink, light pink, right? Yeah. And my spouse is like, every time she is frustrated with me. She said the baby pink, that's not the pink, So to me, everything is pink. I can buy between 2 different shades. That's all for me. I have light pink, dark pink, baby pink, moist pink, dry pink, pink for me, man. Okay, okay, okay. So the tools and techniques, guys. So we all saw, yeah. Has no input knowledge area and closing process has no output knowledge area. Closing process, there is only one. Oh, that's a fantastic question, Arun. Hey guys, did you read what Arun said here? Project process has no input knowledge area and the closing process has no output knowledge area and has a question mark, right? So question mark. Now, let's understand this. Now here's 2 point very accurate, because if you talk about the process, they are all but because Arun asked that question and I really liked that question, so I would gonna go and talk about that. So we talk about the very first process, which specifically talks about project charter essentially here. So the inputs to the project charter are what? Those inputs. So the very first input is the statement of work given by the customer. SOW, right? So that statement of work, inputs, agreements as the other input. Then we see enterprise environmental factors as the input, and we have the OP as the input. None of these, none is come the other knowledge area, is it? These are coming from the PMO. So coming from the PMO, and that reason as to why these are given outside the rectangle. Arun, I'll just like to clarify this. So because given outside, because they're coming from outside of the knowledge area, right? So that is coming from the rectangle. Yes. Coming to our other question, the closing process. Now, outputs of the closing process are update your OPA, organizational process assets update, and update and something a closure report, right? And you have the final product, service, or result transition. None of these would go and hit any other knowledge area. Correct? You were bang on target when you asked this question. Fantastic, right? The OPA, Gaurav, very right. Let me come back to that as well. The OP date that you did here will use in the next project, not on the same project. These that you updated will be by projects, where they'll become an input to the project charter process. Yeah, correct. The project charter, but to the planning activities as well, but for the next project. Yeah, for project. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm. So the OPA that you updated will be used by the next project. Which project, right? So not going and hitting any of the knowledge areas of the existing project, is it? Yeah, correct. In that way, Arun's question was a very good question. Good. But I hope you understood that, right? So those lessons, then those lessons should be represented as an input to the project charter. Yeah, they would be, and that is as to why these are coming from the outside of the rectangle. Here as well. I mean, so when you talk about develop the project management plan, you list of the inputs here. Outputs from the other processes are coming from the other knowledge area, but enterprise environmental factors and OPA are not coming from the other knowledge area. These are from the organization. You know this? Because that you see, it is only hitting the outputs from the other processes, not the enterprise environmental factors in the OPA. Yep, that's the thing. Very good. So very nice, very good. So we put this slide, guys. Give me a yes in chat window, please. And that light pink, still light pink for me. Expert judgment, facilitation techniques. So I appreciate. Okay. So that is what it is. Now the same type chart can be for other knowledge areas as well. Yes, absolutely. You have 49 of those. You have 14 of those against each of the process. You chart which would be a different chart. So your inputs as different. You might have tools and techniques as different. You might have different things inside the rectangle, different outside the rectangle. That is why I wanted you to understand this here, because process of developing the project management plan is the same. And please don't worry about the legends. Sometimes you would see messed up. These are messed up in the same presentation. I've seen that. So don't worry about this. Process diagrams are easier to understand and will help in remembering the process. Yes, it is. That's the intent. That's the idea. You see, designing that course, all trainers also been called on, and we gave the inputs that how we should represent process so that it becomes easy for the people to understand. So you get back to us as well. Yeah. So try to make something which is easy to understand. Once you understand the core of it, the base of it becomes easy. Yes. Okay. So that as we progress, we understand the diagrams and correlate much better. You would. That's our class, and you guys are doing fantastic, right? You guys are, pacing up with me, because at times you would see, that the concept when I discuss that, I go in a complete flow, so I stop in between. So you are doing a fantastic work, coping up with me, understanding, what exactly I'm saying here. Our processes of integration knowledge area, why in rectangle? They are in rectangle. Let us go there, Mr. Goel. You have not any of the integration management processes so far. So go to the project management plan or the project charter. You would see that there are things inside rectangle. There are things outside rectangle. Don't worry. This example here. So development management plan was just an example so that you could know that how it is working. No problem. Nothing to sorry here. So now let's see. Now that's a very, very important slide here. It is just a process. Science to understand. Yes. You can. That is what it is. Okay. Now this is a very important slide, guys. That would talk about the initiation process group. Initiating process group defines a new project or phase by establishing its vision and the outcomes. That is officially authorized when the project charter is approved by the sponsor. Now, different sections given here. Now you need to focus for the next 5 minutes or so, guys. You have here, so you have the inputs and you have the key actions taken, right? So the inputs, the project statement of work. Now you remember I said that what you need for preparing the project charter, your project statement of work. You remember I said it? Yes? In the right? You need business case and the agreements. Did I talk about them? Those things, and not coming from any of the knowledge areas. These are not the knowledge areas, guys. Coming from the customer, so the business case is prepared. Business prepared based on the project statement of work, and agreements are the running ones that we can consider for this project, right? And environmental factors and OPA coming from the organization again, and the procurement documents. These are those documents which are of existing contracts and agreements that we have. The existing procurement that we might be doing for some other project and still be used in the same project. So those procurement documents. Now, if I take those 6 documents with me, what my core purpose? My core purpose is to do a couple of things. One, to prepare a project charter and get it signed by the sponsor. because when sponsor signs it, I officially becomes the project manager of this particular project. You must remember one thing here very, very clearly, and I'm putting it on the record so that that goes into recordings. Next time when you hear this recording, you will know this. Right? Now, the project charter is not the responsibility of the project manager. It is the responsibility of the project manager. It is probably the only document in the project for the project manager is not responsible. The project charter then? The project. There you go. Very good. The sponsor. The sponsor. Sometimes your client may be your sponsor, but I would still call him the sponsor. I will name the client. Okay. What I just said is that the charter is not the responsibility of the project manager. It is the responsibility of the sponsor. He is the person, he is not the PMO, the sponsor. The PB or sponsor, they can be the people who can manage your projects, who can help you by giving you the resources, who can you in many different ways, right? But these are not the project sponsors. They do not sponsor the project. So you are in the organization who is sponsoring your project. So support the project managers. They can even give you the project managers, right? If you are the sponsor, but there has to be a sponsor, right? Okay. Now, what you do in that is you form the project assessment with the key stakeholders using the available and the historical data to see the feasibility of the new product or service, considering assumptions and consider. That's the first thing that you do as a project manager. You see if it is feasible. Can the sponsor delegate? Oh, I need to read this. Give me a second here. I need to. Please, procurement documents here as an input. Let's go to identification of the stakeholders, Gaurav, and we about procurement documents there. So delegate a project to a project manager. Absolutely. What the sponsor does, and that does. He, gives the project to a manager, authorize him, and delegate him that you will make this project charter. And I'm the happiest guy on the planet if my project sponsor tells me to prepare a project charter. Why I've been given the authority to prepare the project charter. Okay, because so that gives me the flexibility and freedom to add the things that I want to add. The project charter authorizes me, and at the same time, it also limits me. It also what are the things that I can do and what are the things that I cannot do. Right? So there is really a thing that I wish not to do in the project. I have complete control on the project, right? So I add everything. I would into it, and a signature of the sponsor. The moment the sponsor signs that document, now document gonna save my skin so many times in the project. I'm telling you, because fine sunny days, somebody can come up and who authorized you to use these two resources for this work, and then I took the printout of that project charter signed by my customer, my sponsor, show that to him and say that is where it is written. So just say prepare it, or if I don't have a say in preparing project charter, I would only have the authorities which are given to me by the sponsor. I'm able to add anything of myself from myself, right? But I've been given the freedom to prepare a project charter myself. I'm right. His kidneys into it. His car all on my name. Signed. Yeah. Because the moment that becomes an official document. So from onwards, you're mine, your car is mine, your house is mine. I would not, I would that, but I would certainly write, right? So the things that I need in the project, believe I should have, the abilities I believe I should have in the project, and that is suggested that if you've been delegated to prepare the project charter, put as extensively as elaborated as you can. Everything which you can possibly write in a charter. Write a sign off. He said yours. So now you understand. The project charter totally sometime later. Yes, we would see that, and in fact, I have around 35 plus of those templates for everything, right? And I in the morning when we started the class, heard a gentleman. Hello guys, my name is Mukesh and I'm your teaching assistant. Never be the owner of the project charter. It would always be the project sponsor. PM helping him in preparing the project charter. Yes, Mukesh, right? Just one thing. Can you clear one template example? I had 3 of those. Don't worry. That's what I'm coming to. So you know this guy Mukesh, right? You heard right? Just drop him and ask him that Sachin has given you a few of those templates. Can you share those with us? Hear from this gentleman and send you a zip file with 35 to 40 templates about everything that you have, ranging from project charter to project management plan to the documents, traceability matrix, you name it. Mukan.net. mu@.net. Yeah, right. Mukesh simply.net. That's the one. Yes, Padmavati. Thank you. For the templates, he'll send the templates straight away to you. Yep. Okay. You do a project manager when you initiate the project assessment with the key stakeholders using available and historical data to see the feasibility of the new product or service. Considering, okay, I'll make sure that he does today. Pankaj. All right. Identify deliverables to achieve the project goals. Performances to align the expectations and gain support for the project. High level risk. Use and pass data to propose implementation strategy. Participate in project charter development. Now, what it says here, participate in the project charter development to ensure stakeholders agreement. He only participating in that, correct? He is not. Charter approval to gain authority and commitment. Now, that's where the sponsor comes into the picture, because you obtain the project approval from whom? From, correct? And commitment. Yes. Is it the same thing that I just told you about 5 minutes back? That given to me, I write everything and get a sign off on the project. Range to schedule to resources, everything, right? And take a commitment from him. Now, perform analysis and align organizational strategy and business values and facilitate stakeholder communication about elements of the project charter. So these are the things that you do as a manager when you are in initiation. So you make project charter, you make the stakeholder list, you are communicating with them. The normal general stuff that we do. We are in initiation, right? Now, from initiation, when we go into the planning part of it, now before a couple of slides here, what is the project initiation, which tells you a connection between influence versus the cost. So what? That's a global phenomena. That's a universal fact, right? So when you talk about a project from the initiation to closing in terms of timeline, you would set earlier in the project the stakeholder influence on this very high, and most of the change in the project is very low. So something at the time of initiation, that's easy, correct? Because is not started, you just need to add to the project, started enough and go ahead with the project. So the change is very low initially, whereas the influence of the stakeholders is very high because these are filled with enthusiasm, right? Okay, I want this, I want that, I want X, I want Y, everything in my project, right? So the responses are very high, the expectations is very high in the project. So as the project, what happens is the cost of change actually increases, right? The influence of the stakeholders, opportunity to influence, that keeps going down, right? And at the end of the project, we're almost at the delivery, the influence, the opportunity to influence the project is very less. But the cost of change, God forbid, if there is change at the end of the project, that will cause you fortune, I'm telling you. Because change, the cost of change would be very high in that case, right? So have the opportunity to influence, which go from very high influence to low influence towards the end of the project, and cost change goes opposite to that. That is inversely proportional to that. So cost initially is very low, and you go into the project, that goes high. One of the no. Check 1, 2, 3, guys. Give me a yes if you can hear me. Okay. Did you lose me somewhere in between? Yeah. Okay. You explain opportunity here. Okay. Opportunity means the dignity with the stakeholders to influence the project. You got it. What happens is, say suppose initiating a software development project. Hear me out. Got it. Okay. So in a software development project, initially the customer also has more opportunities. So they say, okay, so why don't you add a shopping cart to this? Why don't you add online payment features in here? You can also add a CC Avenue gateway here. Add a password authentication module here. You add a background check here. Now these are things which customer is telling you at the initial level of the project, and he's going to tell you like 100 different things here, right? But once the development starts and the software is developed, right, the online module or the web that you were developing for him. So once in the SIT or UAT, do you still have the same opportunity to influence and change something in the project? No. That all right? Here, got it. That is clear? So that's one of the characteristics of the project. In versus the cost. The cost is low at the initial level. The opportunity is high to influence. The of influence goes down as you move in the project, and cost of change goes high as you move in the project. So these are very inversely proportional to each other. So this is what it here. Now, then you plan now. Okay, planning. What do you need? Project charter. Now you see that the project charter was an output, one of the outputs of the initiating process group, right? And this point number 3 is again an output of that, because in the stakeholder management initiation, you have a process of identifying the stakeholders. Do you have that process map with you? Of the stakeholders as a process, yes. The thing is, your responses are a bit delayed, right? So I actually see them after like 5 6 seconds. So yeah, the responses, but you can hear me immediately, right? But there is no delay. Yeah. So there is no delay in voice. So you were trying to locate the process. They'll hear in my mind. So I jump onto it and you say, okay, so that is where it is. Okay. When you talk about the initiation, so you have a couple of things, right? So you have the project charter and identification of the stakeholders. Now the output is project charter itself and the stakeholder register. Now you would see that these are going as an input process. What else? Requirement given by the customer because you need that requirement, which is our project charter, the level requirement. Stakeholder management strategy goes in. Operational processes, enterprise environmental factors, the teaming agreement, all of that is needed. Resource calendars. Now, what are these resources? These are the resources from the vendor, and these can be your own resources in the project as well. You need to consider their calendar to see, when they are available to be taken up in the project, right? Because you need to plan accordingly, right? So for that, you need those resource calendars. It all ends here, right, guys? Makes sense? Yeah. Okay. So you have the requirements and convert them into a scope statement and work breakdown structure. So you start with the scope first, right? Stakeholder approval and buy-in. So you take a buy-in from all the stakeholders. They should agree on the scope of work. Develop the baseline of scope, cost, and schedule. So you make those baseline values. Now, in our word, the freeze values, right? Select the team and determine its roles and responsibilities. Determine project's quality standards and plan and pair a framework for risk management, identification, analysis, and the response planning. That needs to be purchased. Determine how to execute and control the project. The project management plan. Mandates on plan arising out of the change request. Now, all these actions are no rocket science, but the things that you actually do as a project manager when you're planning. Give me a yes if you do them. So it's science, and this is what I keep telling you. That is to understand the framework. If you have ever worked on projects, you will be able to have a connection here, right? Basically, same things that you do in planning. Yes. So pretty much, yeah. Okay. Once you have your baseline ready, you have the baseline for your scope, for your cost, for your schedule, for quality parameters. You have the framework about the risk management. You know what is to be procured, to purchased, right? And all inside your project management plan. So that is why the project management plan says output from the other processes. So you take those outputs and you put them inside your project management plan, right? So now I have a complete project management plan with you. You take project management plan and go into the execution. So if you talk about planning further, the planning serves 6 primary functions basically. So it needs into manageable task, defining requirement, defining the required resources. So that defines how many resources that you need for this project. Organize and coordinating the teamwork, evaluating the potential risk, establishing the processes, practices, and procedures for the project execution, and the measures of the project success, right? So these are the things that you do, and these are the purposes that it serves, themselves in the project. Now, repeating the initiation process at the start of each project phase helps keep the project focused on the needs for which it was undertaken. There's a decision gate at each project phase to help in the project is halted if needs no longer exist or the project is not likely to satisfy the needs. So what it's saying here is you can actually have multiple of those iterations, and you can the entire project in multiple iterations, and you can repeat the entire process. With every phase, you can have everything going in all and over again, right? So you have initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. Just like the example that we did last chapter, in which we have sequence life cycles, right? So the phase may have an entire process groups repetition. So if you stay focused on the objectives of that particular phase, right? If you want, you can do that. So that is what plan does, guys. Then the execution process group. Now, what you do execution? What you need is input first. The project management plan. Now you see that. So the management plan that you just prepared here as a the project resources, resource calendars, documents, and environmental factors, seller proposals, because you need to start the procurement now, right? So those proposals, up request, the change requests which were approved during, and again, if you remember that process flow that we started off with today's class, that whatever gets approved goes back into the execution, and right here at execution, you remember that part, guys? So everything goes execution again. So once it is approved, yes. Now that is coming here. Approved change requests are coming in. Make or buy decisions, source selection criteria, work performance reports, work performance information. All that goes into the execution. What you do? You manage stakeholder engagement. You deliver the work packages as planned. You implement the quality assurance activities. You produce the project reports. You remove the project bottlenecks. You organize the building activities. You want them to climb and pull those ropes. So you do that to ensure that they have proper interaction, right? Organizing training for the team members, project progress meetings, implement approved changes, corrective actions, preventions, and the defect repairs, and finalize the procurement agreements and the contracts. So these are the things that you do as a project manager when you are in the execution process group. So what you are doing, you are managing your stakeholders engagement, you are doing the quality assurance, you are removing the bottlenecks, you are organizing the team building activities, you are implementing the approved changes because approved change request is coming as an input here. You are adding what to make, what to buy, and you analyze the procurement agreements and start the procurement here in the execution. Then monitoring control, right? So what do you do in monitoring control? What do you need? You need the deliverables. Why you have the deliverables here? Because the work is going on, and so when the work goes on, that gives you deliverables, correct? The execution gives you deliverables. Now, if those deliverables are as per the plan or not, this is what you do as the first thing. Then the second is you update the progress of your project in the monitoring control. You do the analysis of the project in the monitoring control. What do you need here? You need deliverables which are coming as the output of the execution. Then you have performance data to absolutely correct, Bharat. Just the execution, there might be change request, correct? And the project management plan and documents and selected sellers, right? So all of that comes as an input for monitoring and controlling process. What do you do? Here the project performance against the baseline, bingo. So this is what we said. Do that, we measure it against the baseline. So 8 cubic meter against the 10 cubic meter, correct? So the cubic meter. So in monitoring control will come out at the variance of 2 cubic meter, correct? You did is take appropriate action. Recommend and corrective and preventive actions. For conflict resolution, if there is a fighting going on between a couple of members of my team, so I resolve that as a project manager in monitoring control. Identify the root cause of the problem. So we do the root cause analysis, the RCA. Do the RCA. Give me a tool. Root analysis tool. What do you for that? Analysis is one of them. Yes. Histogram diagram. Yep. Control charts, histograms, Paretos. Okay. So this is what you do. Five. Yeah. That is called Y analysis. The 5Y is YY analysis. Yes. So use these tools to do analysis here. Six Sigma. Yeah, also use Six Sigma for controlling the quality, and we are at the monitoring control. Will affect the schedule? That's very good question. Now you answer that. From Gupta to all participants. Yeah, answer that. If no, bye. I have some impact on the schedule, but if you not give that time to the RCA, that will have more effect on the schedule. Beginning, you actually took some contingency reserve with you just to do that RCA in the future. Yes? We have a contingency time and schedule for RCA. Absolutely have that. Risk with to issue clear. Absolutely correct. And that give you more hit. Isn't it? Project. How to inputs and actions taken. A question. How do we remember all the inputs? The only way you remember. Okay, tell me something about you. I don't know if earlier were in my last classes, Pinky. Okay, total experience, overall experience. And your project manager, team lead. Okay. Of course, vast umbrella. So you are in what? Software development, cloud services, managed services, maybe implementation, bank development. Fantastic. Now, tell me the last project that you have seen from the day one to the delivery of the product. True. I mean, ranging from the very first day to the delivery. Right? Yes, because I'm going to connect it back to how you can recall the inputs and the tools and techniques. And you were the team leader in that, correct? Absolutely. That's fantastic, Pinky. Very good. Let's day one, you was sponsoring you for that project, correct? Yes? Planning or did your project, right? You can do, if there is any earlier implementation, similar implementation that we did, so that we can take an input on, how to begin this. Yes? You did that. Now, also looked into what are the resources that I can actually use for this project. What are resources? Yes. You have seen documents which tells you that what that financial impact of that project. If we do that project, deliver it to the customer, what incentives that we get, what is the total cost that they agree to pay us. Yes. Yeah. Now you tell me, out of these, this is the work that you have seen and you have done in the project, right? Which one is not a part of project initiation? Right? Correct? You understand what I'm saying here, right? I guess we already discussed about that. Right? Will RCA not impact this schedule? Yeah, we talk about it, right? Back to this, Mr. Goel. Just give me one quick minute. Let me end with Pinky, and I'll just come back to you. Okay. Now this Pinky. When to planning, again, you have used you have used those agreements, you have used their calendars, resource calendars, use the earlier project data, you use the things which might impact your project. Accordingly, you have prepared a project management plan. Yes. Right? Now, what can be easier way than this to remember inputs? You do every single day, right? You need to connect them once with the project management framework. That connection is clear to you. You never forget the. How I remember, I'm not, I'm not a, what do you call it? A superhuman, right? I'm just, you know, not human being as we all, right? I remember them just because of one reason, Pinky. Because actually connects them to my. That is the thing. So if you are able to connect them projects, you'll remember them. That Mr. Goel, an example that you were giving us, right? Live example. We were auditing and the categorization of Active Directory services. The user removes service, brings us new category and acted the schedule for 2 more weeks. Yep. Oh, this is the and this is for the rest of the people as well, guys. So this is what we need to do. This is where real project management comes up. So the things that we do, just place them into the framework. That's all. Okay, so what do you do in monitoring control, ladies and gentlemen? So you need deliverables, of course, because the execution is going on and you have those deliverables coming up. Work performance data, 8 cubic meters is still with you. Change request, because we need to change. We only 8 cubic meters. We were supposed to be doing 10 cubic meters. There is a request in the system, so we need to take this into consideration. Organizational process assets, project management plan, and documents selected sellers, right? So these are the inputs, guys. What do actions taken? Because the project performs against the baseline. So, and this is what exactly we did, Pinky. Now look at this. This is in our example. We said, okay, so we were supposed to do 10 cubic meters on day 1, and we did 8 cubic meters on day 1. Now, from where we got that 10 cubic meter, guys? Is in our what? Come on, guys. No, baseline, right? So that now you measure the project performance. Okay, I hope I can read what Go is writing here, right? How sellers in input to monitoring control. Oh, how sellers is a, oh, okay, that's a fantastic question. Okay, now here this. I conducted the procurement when I was in execution, correct? So all those agreements, and I started the procurement, and I have the material coming in now. Right? If I do not have that sellers with me, how I control? How would I monitor whether the material what this guy is sending is on time or not? You know, what were his timelines? What were the deliverables that he was supposed to be delivering? What were the pieces? How many pieces of material I received from him? You know, for all information, I need the select have purchase document, not only the purchase document, but the rest of the things. Performance, that how I'm in the project, right? Late is the good, you know. Then IP for execution PG. PG is what is that? Progress group, right? A part of monitoring control, right? So here you monitor things that you need for the input, just like for monitoring the schedule and the scope, you need deliverable, so you have that, right? For monitoring again the schedule and the cost, you also need the data, the performance data. You have it here, right? For monitoring your procurement, you need the sellers. You have it here. So this is how these inputs are coming, right? Then you recommend the, okay, what is that? Right, end-to-end project called line by why starting. Oh my goodness, you think so much, huh, Bharat? Say yes or no to this, I'll be biased towards the human race, right? So I would not do that. I was sick last week. My team was supposed to do a team meeting with stakeholders for risk, finalize on the mitigation plan. The confirmation that on that and didn't include more funding for a big change. So I didn't monitor this last week and missed a very important stuff. Yes, and that is why you need that, right? That is why. Yeah, I read it. I read it. Yep. So you recommend the changes and corrective preventive actions here. You facilitate the conflict resolution, identify the root cause analysis. We talked about it. Obtain formal acceptance for the deliverables. So you have a process. Now open your process map. You validate. Oh, can you see that process? Validate 4. On the monitoring control. Because one is monitor and control project work. The second one is entity change control. The third one is, yeah, validating the scope, right? So that should be the third one. Okay. The fourth one is control scope. So if it comes to validating the scope, so what you do in that is use deliverables that you have delivered and you get a sign off on those deliverables from the customer. Now that's happening the moment you deliver the very first deliverable, which is in the middle of the project, and that is as to why when we were discussing the process interaction, we saw that the closing process was starting at the middle of the project. You remember? Yes, that is contracts with the sellers. Now, if you don't have selected sellers, how would you administer the contracts with them? And this is the same thing that I just said. The contractor is providing you the material on time or not, whether he is as per the quality parameters, is he following the process, what is the status of his RA bills, the running bills, how much have been paid, what pendency, all that. You administer those contracts with the sellers. For that you need those selected sellers with you. You need to control changes, conduct the status review meetings. So these are the actions that you take when you are in monitoring control process group. See, when you are in closing, what do you need? Of course, the project plan and documents, accepted project deliverables. Now what is happening is from validating the scope, deliverables are going as an input. Hey Sachin, can you also please explain the number of processes? Okay, that's chapter number and the process number. That's all. Gaurav, news point 1, that is chapter number 4, process number 1. Number 1. Yeah, that is what it is. So, closing, what you need, plans and documents, accepted project deliverables. So, what is happening is from validating the scope, what you did, you did validated against the customer and customer accepts it, right? So, you need those accepted deliverables to close the project. Yes or no? Here, right? The procurement documents. Why do you need the procurement documents? Because you need to close the procurement. Procurement, correct? Assets and the enterprise environmental factors. So you need these as the input to do. Single, ladies and gentlemen, come that all the project requirements are met, obtain the formal sign-off from the customer, make payments to all parties, update the cost records, complete contract closures, update lessons learned database, the customer satisfaction. So we have something which is called CSI, Customer Satisfaction Index. Goes procurement process in the process group. So what? The project is responsible for closing the procurement. Now, what happens is, now that's in fact as a good question as per the PMBOK 6. That's a good question. Now, somebody asked me, who's that? Huh? Who's that? Who's asked? What? Procurement in the closing process group. Who was that gentleman? Please. Vasu. Okay. Vasu. Now hear me. The thing is that when you look at the inputs here, the procurement documentation. So the documentation which is actually going here is the one which is almost closed. Why? Because when you go to controlling the procurement and you see that in the procurement management, guys, take out your process maps, please. In the procurement, monitoring control, second last process group, procurement management. Can you see that? 12.3 should be. See that? Yeah. Now this controlment does a couple of things. It progress of the procurement which is happening, seller's responses, and also checks, whether the seller is following the processes, the quality parameters, and all that stuff. And so the same process clears the procurement, and then instead of that, it has the procurement documents. Now which are closed, but these documents would still go into the closing process. We need to bundle them up and to submit a closure report, right? So would still need as here. I would take that action to cross check if there is any payment, anything which is left over before closing the project. I at work here. Doing is, I'm not taking process like closing the procurement process. I'm not doing that. I'm making it a part of controlling the procurement, right? And taking those inputs in the closing. And closing itself, I'm making any payments which are left over, residual, right? I'll update the cost records there. Yes, that happens in 12.3. And any is left over while I'm closing my project, I consider them before I close the project, before I set my closure report. Yes, Vasu. Yeah. Enterprise of your CRM. So you have a running CRM, Pradeep, right? So like SAP for say, give. Yeah. Closing. So we had closing the procurement in PMBOK 5. That has been merged, partially controlling the procurement and partially with the closing the project. As a separate process, the project managers were more confused. They would have closure and the project closure. Project I actually merged it, and when you close by default, you close both. So gradually, project, we sure that we close the procurement and the project both. So the administrative closure and the closure happens together now. Yeah. So let us back to the enterprise environmental factors. So I have an SAP module running, right? That SAP module makes sure that the moment I close a project code, you understand project code, right? Anybody who works on SAP, guys, here? I'm coming the Cyril, I'm coming to that only. The admin closure. Oh my goodness, just ask. Did I hear somebody asking me what is SAP? And so SAP is system, right? So that's a tool. That's basically an ERP. ERP tool which and there are multiple modules of it which manages the entire organization. SAP is the backbone of an organization, of supply chain. That's a backbone nowadays. That's an system. So okay, have an SAP like that. Yeah, Microsoft Dynamics. These are all. Yes, to go well. Now you get it. Okay, so it was a project. If I in SAP, the project code, it's a project code associated with all the projects, correct? So if and I'm asking you that question, anybody who been working with the SAPs or other ERP, right? Microsoft Dynamics or Oracle apps, so close a project code in ERP. Can you pay a vendor against that project code? Yes or no? Right? Because then the auditor gonna murder you. And it's not the audit. He's gonna, right? So can do is to file JV then. And if you understand JVs. So here you will pay through JV. Yes? Okay. That impact just yes. So of an environmental factor. That when you close a project. So manager who is using an SAP tool against the project manager who is not using the tool. The tool has an advantage, yes or no? That provides environmental factors for you, ladies and gentlemen. Using. Yeah? Tell me. Administrative closure. Administrative closure is closing all the procurement related things, all the vendor related things before you close the project. That is administrative closure. Cyril? The project getting a closure report and say, okay, my project is over. To close the administrative part first. Yeah, that's the closure is that the objective of this project was to prepare this product X. Now X is delivered. That is the end of the project. But for delivering the product X, I had like 10 vendors who were giving me. I had 10 different contracts with those 10 vendors, and I had to make sure that all the contracts are closed before I submit a closure. So before that, I close contracts, all vendors, I clear all the bills before I close the project. That's the difference. Absolutely wrote it. That Ross, you can what Roy said. Meetings is a part of the project. Think the deliverables is a part of right project closure, and close those procurement documents is a administrative closure. Yeah. At one example. Cyril. That okay. So what here is you close the procurement and you also closed the contract. And that is what you do in the closing. So all, if you look at this, 5 process groups, we know that what all are the inputs that we need, what all are the tools and techniques that we need, what all are the that we take. Does closure both the project and administrative is PM's responsibility or some vendor has to chip in? No, it's the project manager's responsibility. Absolutely, yes. It's manager, right? The sponsor only looks at that, I spent $5, I was expecting $8 when I got that. That is all. And make sure that when his team is working in the project, they don't feel any challenges, unnecessary stuff is not happening with them. Okay, where the closing process ends, and that is where the chapter also ends, guys. So that's good. So we are right on here. We will make sure this is close and project. Absolutely correct. Yep. Okay, that was the chapter about the project management process. Is a very interesting one, which tells us a lot of insights of what a project manager does when working on a project. So I got a quiz with me. Are we ready here? Can we start now? Yep. Okay. Project manager is validating the scope. Okay. So the project manager is validating the scope. Which process group is the project manager working in? Validating the scope. And one role. Because wing of this control, correct? So the manager is in role process group. During the project, okay, validation. Yep, basically that's what it is. Which are output of initiating process group? Kings, right? Easy. As the project charter. All of the answer, right? That's very good. Who project during the planning processes? The project, correct? Yep, that is yes. Alpha is the correct answer. The project manager. And the question says who is in control? Close your eyes and the project rule. Yeah. Schedule constraints have been determined. Which process group the project is in? Guys, go and read the question again. Go back to the question again. I bet you're going to change your answers. It. Kaushik, direct. Yeah. So alpha, isn't it? Okay. Rahul. Is attending the evening classes? Do you? It is delta, guys. It is initiating process group. Why? Because constraint, right? Constraint are a part of the project charter, isn't it? That answer. And you need to go back and read the question again. The moment it will change your answer. Yeah. The following is not true about the product life cycle. lot of are low at the start, peak as the work carried out, and drops rapidly as it draws to a closure. This is not true. Telling me the true. Always. Yeah. Answer is bravo here. Who influences are the greatest to the end of the project is not true. They are greatest at the start of the project. Right? The project. Remember that math that we discussed between the cost and the gram? Yeah? So that's what it is. Just give me a second. I got my glasses. The process group should be included in all projects. I'm not gonna give any marks to any one of you for the question. There are 25 questions which goes without marking. This is alpha here: initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, control, and closing. The one. How many groups, knowledge areas, and processes are covered in PMBOK guide? Okay, 9, 5, 10, 49. 5, 10, 49. I will not kill, but I would not be very happy if I see a Charlie here. A group is the majority of the project cost incurred. Not the question again, I'm telling you. You can jump into execution so fast onto the answers. I don't know why. Jump to the answers so quickly. Are giving the wrong answers here. Just jumping too fast. People going with Charlie's, going with deltas as well. You know, so, which is the majority of the project cost incurred, and when it goes out from your hand. That has execution, correct? In the costing doesn't go, right? You need to spend, that's okay. But in that, when you can, so that's the chart. And so many of you answered bravo, so many of you answered delta. Give it, you get 240 minutes to answer 200 questions. Right? So even 1 minute to answer one question, then why on earth, for heaven's sake, we need to jump onto it? Do that. If I call it the double tap. I think this team needs a subjective question paper. Yeah. That is where we end this chapter, I guess. Anyone who got all 8 out of 8 correct here? 6. I got 8. Yeah? Correct. You know? Yeah, Shiva. Luxury of being a trainer, isn't it? The key takeaways, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see the next slide. Trust me. I do. I'm monitors and see the Okay, takeaways, ladies and gentlemen. Project lifecycle addresses the question: what should you do to get the work done, and what project management processes? What should you do to manage the project? 49 processes in a project management are grouped into 10 knowledge areas and mapped to the 5 process groups. In each process group defines a new project or a phase. The project charter is approved. The project is officially authorized. Planning process group establishes the total scope of efforts, objectives, and a course of action required to attain the objectives. Executing process group completes the work defined in the project management plan to satisfy the specifications. Monitoring and controlling process group tracks, reviews, and regulates the progress and performance of the project. It identifies and initiates the change to the plan when required. Process group finalizes the activities across all process groups to formally complete the process phase or contractual application. Simple is not good, believe me. It's not simple is not good. It's simple, right? That is not isn't. That will not help you ever. Yeah. Okay. So that is where you complete this chapter. For additional reading, you can download that handbook from the section and do the exercise number 1, 2, and 3. That will help you. This concludes the project management processes, and the next lesson would be about the project integration management. Yes, so that is about the project integration management. To explain input tools and techniques of each process in the yes, I would. Yes. All 49. Engineering is an essential part of project management and very good course that is Prasad. Yeah, very important. Unless you are open to do that, you will not be able to resolve those challenges that you have or you see in the. I'm telling you. Yeah. All 49 processes, all the inputs, every single one of them, single one of those tools and techniques, and every single one of those outputs. Trust me. And I have 5 classes to go for that. So, got time. 5 classes, 10 chapters. Oh, fantastic. Good. So, we're going to start the integration management now. It's 12:54, although we still have 6 minutes to go. So, we want to do that. We can in the next class, no problem. But we 6 minutes. So we didn't do next class. Okay, next class we still have 5 minutes, but that's okay. Yeah. We would be completing integration management tomorrow for sure. And we would try and start. Can you do introduction to integration management? Yes. We can do that. So in fact, do that, and then probably we'll see to see if I have this integration management. There in your download section. Yeah, there in your download section. So when you down there is a ebook and you in the download section in your yeah. I'm forgetting the name. Sorry, no document though. It is there. If you want to see integration management, what happens is that integration management does not start with it does start with the charter. No, it talks about a lot of other things. Like why we are doing this project. You remember when we started our first class, I said, okay, so why we are doing that project, right? So what that why? You remember that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. about that, right? So when we initiate a project, we question why we are doing it, right? And similar thing that we do when we are in the integration management as well. There also something which is called the project selection method. Methods. Now, depending upon the parts which are given to the project managers as per the structures, organizational structure. So if it is a functional organization, manager doesn't have any say in selecting a project because coordinate, right? So he would not be asked that we should go with project A or should we go with project B. There is no point. But you are in a matrix, say a balanced matrix or a strong matrix, or you are in a projectized, you have this authority and you have a say, and you go and say, okay, so we're going to go with project B over project A because of these reasons. Those reasons. PMI explains the selection methods in two different ways. One is the cost to benefit methods, the cost methods. The other one is called constraint optimization methods. Constraint optimization methods, right? Now, optimization methods are basically mathematical methods that we use. Just you heard about Monte Carlo analysis, guys? Optimization methods and fit to cost methods. And Monte Carlo analysis. Monte Carlo analysis, if not, that I'm telling you, is a mathematical model which can gives us random samples to identify what all are the areas where the risk can be. Now, analysis is an automated mathematical algorithm, right? Similar to that, we also have here programming methods. We have linear programming methods. Now, these are some of the names that I'm telling you are a part of constraint optimization method. Now, the first thing is that the PMI says that the detailed discussion now out. Discussion on the constraint optimization methods are outside the scope of PMP. So in the talk, they discuss the constraint optimization methods. To remember that whatever method has a programming attached to it, just like linear programming, right? Whatever has a programming attached to it, it is of constraint optimization method. That is all. This back cost methods. Yes. Benefit to cost methods can be many. Just the motherboards, just like view, just like scoring models, just like economical models, just like benefit to cost ratios. The best methods. You heard motherboards, guys? Boards? No? Yes. Yeah? Okay. They don't know motherboards. You heard about the concept of 10th man? No. Good. Murder somebody. MUR. Motherboard. Heard about motherboards, of course. You have to have, correct? Yeah. Okay. So, mode guys, a technique which is quite similar to that of the concept of 10th man. Concept of 10th man. No? Okay. The country in the world called Israel. Now homework before we close this. Google 5 days. Anand will come to that, Anand. So, fire, yes. is war with neighboring countries. To different countries. Right, guys, Saudi Arab to Egypt to what else? Iraq, Iran, Syria. Countries clubbed together and attacked. You know, is what I can recall. The 5 days should be 1959, 1960. It will be 6. The 6 days. Yes, sir. Okay. That's nice. Just check and search the concept of 10th man. And meet tomorrow. We are now. So I'm open up this closing presentation of ours. So that's today. Okay. Thanks for joining today's class. I believe it was an interesting session today. Yeah. One class attended when you will attend all 8 classes. 0 classes. Don't worry. Yeah. For any further help, get in touch with us through question answer, simply talk, help and support. If you liked today's session, we found it useful. The discussion was useful. Then please rate us. Give us your NPS, Net Promoter Score. You rate us on the trainer, the content, the wax, and simply learn support team and the PS. So if it was good, give me 9 or a 10. A 9, then it is unsatisfied for us, and then we would need to know that why that happened, right? LinkedIn contact can be searched with Sachin Goswami only, so you can download not the practice test. There is a practice book, ebook, or just get in touch with Pinky. Just get in touch with Mukesh, and he can guide you. You know, so that's right. So then maybe Prasanna later. You know, so I'll create us and thank you for joining in. Please share with your friends on your Facebook, Twitter, G+, YouTube. If happiness is the program that we are doing nowadays, and also give us a small review at Quora, Trustpilot, Mouthshut.com. You can also volunteer to share your testimony on camera. The Simple Media team will be happy to make that appointment with you. Thank you so much for joining today's class, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful day ahead. And see you tomorrow. So attendance will update once we complete all classes. Yes, Subbu. Yes. Then, I hope it was good. And I really enjoy your company, guys. You guys are fantastic. Very good. So ask questions, very interactive. You know, your participation. Thank you for that. I feel good. Thanks, class, and I shall see you tomorrow. So I'm sharing now. For Mukesh, Sachin Goswami signing off, buddy. Take it.
All right, Sachin. See you tomorrow.
Session which is starting in the evening. Yes. I'll
you attend the entire batch, then only your attendance will be marked as one class attended. So if you have batch and half in the batch, then your attendance not be captured. With this batch, you can attend it completely. Or if you want to attend the batch which is starting today evening, you'll have to entire batch. You'll have to raise a help and support query, and then we'll see if we can handle it from the back end. So conclusively, you can attend half now from this and the half from the other, and then let us know if we can get it done for you.